Okay, so good morning once again. I think we can start. So, um, I hope by now most of us have been able to go through the case, looked at it ourselves. We are familiar with the case. We've looked at some models. As I said, um, this is not what is coming. Okay, what is coming is going to be usually from the unseen. But we have to, because of this, we have to look at everything, almost everything that we have done in class. All right. So today we are going to look at the case again and um, try to look at possible areas that the examiner can bring questions on. We also try and solve the MPV question. As I said, this is just the pre-scene. Be- we have seen information on, information suggesting that MPV can come, but it can also be the other way around. So we'll try and solve the MPV. We will try and look at the balance scorecard. Um, I think the examiner might ask us to write a report on the balance scorecard. So we'll do an overview of it and how we can write the report. So let's begin. Let's begin with the case again. Before we start, um, let me reiterate the fact that you have to know your models. You have to know almost everything that we have done in class. Even though we have certain information in the question or in the case, in the precinct suggesting some things are coming. It can be anything. All right. So let's not only look at the things in the pre-scene. Let's look at other things in the unseen as well. All right. So as we discussed the last time, the strategic management is about 40%, business plan 20%, governance and risk. Governance, ethics and risk 20%, and then FM is 20%. Okay. All right. So let's start with the case. If you can see my screen, you you can see that I've highlighted some portions of the case. But let's start reading it again when we get to a point that we should take note or a point that we need to talk about it, then we discuss it. So once again, we are taking the case. Um, in the vibrant landscape of Ghana's real estate industry, PBL stands as a beacon of excellence, embodying the ethos of creating homes for a lifetime with a legacy that spans generations. The company was founded in 1989. It emerged from humble beginnings, initially focusing on housing estate development. The company started as a small family business by two people, that is Osman Boache and Bote Boache. And the company focuses on developing housing estates for the low income, middle income, as well as upper income market segment. The company is known to be for creating and delivering state-of-the-art economically priced housing units in attractive places with contemporary facilities and well-developed infrastructure on schedule. Over the years, PBL has evolved and they have diversified, honing its expertise in a wide range of area, including turnkey projects, comprehensive site development, encompassing road and drainage system construction and the installation of water and electrical distribution channels. So here, if you can see, I have indicated concentric diversification. You remember we spoke about diversification where guys, can you please mute when you join? Please mute after joining. Who is that? Let me mute the person. Okay. So remember we spoke about diversification strategies. So here, I don't think the examiner will ask us about what diversification is, right? But um, we should know what it is and the fact that diversification can be concentric and conglomerate. So concentric diversification is where companies move to a related industry, okay? And conglomerate diversification is when they move to an unrelated
Give,
industry. Okay. Moving on, let's look at
William,
yes, sir.
so please, is it possible you increase the you zoom the documents more for us?
Come again.
Is it possible you zoom the document for us more?
Okay, sure.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Is that so fast?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Today
All right.
I've graduated to assurance professor.
Sure. Is it okay now?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, sure. So let's move on. At the heart of PBL's enduring success lies its dedicated team of professionals comprising both local talent and experts who have consistently steered the company toward becoming Ghana's premier private housing estate developer. A hallmark of PBL is its unwavering commitment to punctual construction and the delivery of high quality, affordably priced housing units situated in prime locations. These developments are thoughtfully integrated with essential social amenities and meticulously planned infrastructure setting the company apart in the industry. To date, the company proudly delivered over 15,000 homes, each bearing the distinctive hallmark of quality and affordability. The company has its footsteps beyond the Greater Accra region, with notable presence in various communities within Accra and regions such as Western Region, Ashanti Region, and other African countries, including Sierra Leone, Gabon, and Mali. Its mission remains the same, which is that they grow demand for meticulously planned housing communities with the West African subdirection. This is when or this is after the company they have moved to other regions, right? So here we are not really going to look at the directional strategies, okay, because the companies have already moved. But in case the question asks about directional strategies, you should remember your um please hold on. So you should remember your answers, you should remember your gap analysis. So with the answers, if you recall, we spoke about market penetration, market development, product development, and diversification. So we said that Ansoff is also the same as, or it's also called the product market strategies. All right. So here, the company moved to a different region, meaning they use the market development strategy. Okay. So you know that the definition of market can be geographical location or product, right? We have a whole long list on what market is. Okay. So regardless of the fact that they moved to a different market, the question can ask us to discuss the answer's growth vector, even though they've grown already, right? So we have the market penetration. Here, you are forcing existing customers to buy your existing product. So you persuade those who are yet to buy to start buying. you persuade those who are buying already to buy more. All right. And also you persuade those buying other products to switch to buy your products. We said that companies can use strategies such as advertising, right, to persuade or to penetrate the market. We have market development, where we said these are used because of the company's research prowess, and sometimes too they use this strategy to respond to competitor strategy. They use this strategy when the customer's needs also change. All right. So as I said here, the company has already moved, right? So the question might not ask us about any growth strategy, but who knows? All right. So let's move on. Notably in 2015, PBL forged.
Uh, you know,
Yes,
can let me take you back small.
okay,
Um, at the heart of PBL's enduring success, yes,
okay,
that paragraph. What
okay,
I'm thinking is that they wanted to let us understand that the success of the company depends on its employees.
okay.
So they are talking about a team of professionals comprising both local talent and expatriates who have consistently steered the company towards becoming Ghanaia's premier housing. Can we look at stakeholder mapping from that angle? In the case that the importance and the interests of the employees are highly needed to be looked at so that they will not take any decision that will affect them because of how they have dedicated themselves to the success of the company. If they take any decision to affect them, it might, in the long run, affect the performance of the company.
Good. We can do that. So I was going to talk about stakeholder mapping when we get to the stakeholder aspects, but it is good. We can do that so that you know how powerful or how important the employees are. Once again, aside stakeholder mapping, the other thing is strength. Okay, when you are doing SWOT analysis. I mean, I'm just reading it, but I also have my SWOT analysis done so that when I finish, we discuss that.
Okay.
So this is also a strength to the company. The fact that their staff are dedicated, and without them, I mean, these guys are succeeding because of them, because they have consistently steered the company toward becoming Ghana's premier private housing estate. So this is also a strength. So when you're doing your SWOT analysis, don't even worry your head. You just copy this, then you paste it. I'm going to show you guys how to develop the SWOT analysis and all that. But it's also very true, Cephas. Thank you very much. The stakeholder mapping can also feature here. All right. So notably in 2015, PBO has forged a pivotal joint venture with the Ghanaian SNET to embark on prestigious projects in luxury home construction and major infrastructure development. This collab marked a significant milestone in the company's journey towards shaping Ghana's urban landscape. Guys, the only question that can come here is JV's advantages and disadvantages. So we all know what joint ventures are, that they are a formal venture between two or more individual or independent companies. They come together to develop a business or an activity. So it might not necessarily be a business. It can also be an activity. They do it jointly. Okay. So that is joint venture. So these guys are called joint venture partners, as we all know. Okay. No single partner being able to dominate and dictate the way that the company is run. They join forces to form a company. So one company cannot be authoritative in the venture, in the joint venture. Okay. So when you are asked about the advantages or the disadvantages of a joint venture, you can start by talking about what a joint venture is, obviously. Then you come to the main issue. Let's look at the advantages of a joint venture. Guys, at this point, I mean, we should be able to know some of the advantages without even referencing any book or anything. So, one advantage is that it might be a legal requirement for foreign companies setting up businesses in another country to operate as a joint venture with a local company. Right. So, an instance, okay, is that we have a local content law or regulation in Ghana, okay, which says that petroleum companies, mining companies in Ghana, when they are employing or when they are getting services, the companies that they contract should be Ghanaians, right? They should be Ghanaians. When they search, all right, or when they need some technical assistance, when they need some technical services, and they look all over Ghana, they don't find anybody to assist them with that. So let's say Tulu Oil, a petroleum company in Ghana, they want a service, but no one in Ghana, or they want some accounting service, let's say IFRS 16 model, but no accounting firm in Ghana can help them with that. Okay. The law states that even though Tulu Oil can contract someone outside Ghana, that company should come and join forces with a local company to do that, to provide the service. So this is an example of where there is a legal requirement for a foreign company to set up a business or undertake an activity in the country. So here, the foreign company can't come here just like that because of the local content regulation by the GMPC or the Petroleum Commission. Okay, so they have to come join forces with a local accounting or audit firm before they can do that. So this is going to be an advantage to the foreign company coming to Ghana. All right, please declare. Another advantage is that the local company management should have a better knowledge of a business condition and practices in the country. So you are, let's say PBL wants to, in the case we realize that PBL wants to um, go to Burkina Faso. Not even that, SNET. So here you can even decide to use these examples to explain your point. That SNET is into social security. They do not have any expertise in real estate. So if they partner PBL who has this expertise, they are not going to suffer. Okay, they are not going to suffer. Right. So that's also an advantage. These are all in our manuals, and these are all things that we discuss in class. The other thing is that it is probably easier to succeed by forming an alliance with a local company than in competition with local companies. I think this is not going to apply here, but it is an advantage in the book. The local company might already have customers to which the new joint venture can sell its products to. Okay. So here it might be that SNET has, SNET didn't form an alliance with PBL alone. They have other contracting real estate companies. Okay. They have other people who will buy these companies because SNET is a partner. Right. Let's look at the disadvantages of JVs. So it is the first one is that difficulties can arise with JVs and lead to the eventual breakup of the partnership. This can happen when one joint venture partner is perceived by the other partners not to be contributing adequately. So obviously, two people coming together, there can be a breakup. The other disadvantage is that one joint venture partner wants to withdraw from the joint venture. So it might be that SNET can say that I don't want to do anymore. When they do that, what is PBL going to do? They will just have to stop the JV because PBL might not have the financial capacity to continue the project or to continue the JV. So they might have to withdraw from the market. Lastly, the joint venture companies start to compete with each other instead of collaborating. Sometimes, especially when these guys are in the same industry, okay, when they have that joint venture, they might decide to compete with each other rather than collaborating with each other. So these and other things can be the advantages and disadvantages of companies entering into joint venture agreements. Okay. PBR has solidified its reputation as a trusted partner in nation building, as exemplified by its successful involvement in pivotal government projects, including roads, site preparatory works for educational projects. This track record of excellence has cemented PBL's role as a reliable contributor to the infrastructural development of Ghana. In recognition of its commitment to quality and sustainability, PBL has strategically invested in dedicated in enterprises dedicated to manufacturing international standard building materials. This strategic move has given rise to a family of esteemed companies, including PBL Concrete Products Limited, PBL Tiles Limited, PBL Estate Management Company, and PBL Deco Ghana. Right. These entities collectively contribute to the growth and advancement of Ghana's housing and construction industry. So if you can see my notes here, I've indicated value chain analysis and integration. So why am I saying value chain? Let's first of all talk about integration. Can someone help us why this is integration?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is integration because when you look at BBL's work, the case said that they are into construction of affordable houses,
Okay.
and most of their raw materials are provided or are concretes, maybe
Okay.
tiles that they will use to lay in the house and the decorations of the house. So they deciding to open up companies that will provide these things. That is the concrete, the tile, and even the estate management and the deco. It means that they are integrating or they are doing what we call backward vertical integration. That is
Good.
buying or doing business such as those that are done by their suppliers, so that the cost of providing those raw materials and easy access to the raw materials. So I
Good.
think I agree with you that it is an integration.
Good. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Guys, I think you should be making your notes. I'm sure now most of us have our notes already. By now, you should have summarized the models, okay, having them in your own point. Because now, if I give you anything material, like you don't have the time, especially those writing for papers, you don't have the time to go through. All right. So as we are discussing this, you can be putting your points down if you haven't done that already. All right. So thank you very much, Cephas. This is a vertical integration, okay, because they are going down and going in front. If you check, they are not just taking over their raw material aspects, they are looking at estate management company as well. Okay, so here we go back to arguments for vertical integration and arguments against vertical integration. Before we move on, let's discuss that. What are the importance? What are the advantages? Why do people opt for vertical integration? All right. So integration can give an entity a position of strength in the supply chain, particularly if it is a competitor market. All right, a competitor in this market. Let's look at the reasons for vertical integration. Backward integration gives an entity control over its source of supply. Now, PBL has control over their concrete. Let's say prior to that, they were buying concrete or they had outsourced it to Stephanie Company Limited. Stephanie Company Limited can fail them anytime, right? The quantity, even the quality of concrete that PBL wants to use can be failed because PBL is trying to be an internationally accredited or acclaimed company. So their concrete should be quality, right? So they coming to the supply side, okay, or their inbound logistics, if you are talking about value chain analysis. With that, you know that they have control over their quality, over the quantity. They know that, oh, if it is cement that we want, the company has 100 already. We are not going to ask any company to give us that. So that is one argument for, or one advantage for vertical integration. The company will have control over its source of supply. That is for backward integration. What about forward integration? That's another argument for, so that's another advantage that they can have control over their channels of distribution. They can have advantage on, or they can have control over their channels of distribution. That's also an argument for vertical integration. So as I said, as you are writing this, you indicated that it gives control over its source of supply. You, in your explanation of this point, you indicate that in the case PBL has acquired or PBL has invested in a company called PBL Concrete Product. This is a backward integration. This will give PBL control over the quality and the quantity of supplies that they get for their construction works. So you're not writing this in isolation. You might know the models, but you might not pass this paper because you didn't link it. As I said, sometimes you might not even see the relationship between the model and the case or the precinct, but just bring in the name of the company in your explanation. So understand the model. In explaining the model, in explaining what you are required to do in the exams, write the name of the company. Bring other things like location, the owners. If you state Osman Boachi in your explanation, the examiner is not going to think about you not linking it to the case. You've done something. You have just state PBL industry or PBL company limited in your explanation, and that will mean you have linked it to the case. Do you get it? So it's not only about knowing the models. In explanation of the individual models that you know, the individual analysis that you've done, please try as much as possible to link it to the case. Okay. So another argument for integration is that it allows an entity to extend its expertise and skills into related product markets. So maybe um, PBL has someone who is an expert in estate management. Man, they can just go into developing or setting up an estate management company because they have the expertise and skills for that, right? Vertical integration also makes it easier to find ways of reducing cost in the supply chain and adding value. So you reduce cost, you add value. Why do you reduce cost? You are producing it on your own. The concrete, you are buying it probably in larger quantities. Because of that, you are getting economies of scale, right? You are buying it at an affordable price, probably a wholesale price. Okay, you're not getting it from another company who might have charged you at a cost plus a margin. Okay, because of this, you are reducing cost and you are adding value because it is your company, it is your concrete. You know the cement that you are adding to the concrete. You know the quarrel or the stones that you are adding. So you know the quality that is going inside. You are not calling a particular company to bring the concrete to you. I'm sure you not even assess the quality of the concrete coming outside the company. But if you do this, you will be able to reduce cost and also add value. Lastly, vertical integration can help to differentiate the product. Yes. Now we realized or we read that these guys are known for quality and affordability, right, of their project. And also they deliver on time, right? They build on time. If you ask them to build for you, they'll do it on time. These are things that are giving them differentiation, that are differentiating them from the other real estate companies. So if they do this integration, they can charge less cost to differentiate. They can add value by, adding quality to differentiate. I hope you get it. All right, let's look at the arguments against vertical integration. Let's look at the arguments against vertical integration. So, one argument against is that other companies might turn out to be more successful than the one bought in by the group. So, let's say this PBL Limited or Concrete Limited, they are now part of the PBL group, okay? And this is a separate legal entity. So their performance might be different from when they were not acquired. I mean, you know, PBL probably acquired these companies, right? So before the acquisitions, their performance might be higher or bigger or better than how they are now that PBL has acquired them. All right. So that is one of the arguments against it. The other thing is different management skills, as we see in all acquisition and mergers strategies. When you acquire PBL Concrete Limited, or you acquire a company, you call it PBL Concrete Limited. These guys are used to a certain managerial expertise. They are used to certain culture and things, okay? PBL Company Limited might give them different managements, because we said that one advantage is that, or one argument for is that PBL might probably do that because they have expertise and skills for that. So they are bringing their management to the company, and these guys might not be accepted by the original or the existing company. Okay. Please, any question? All right. So that is integration. Let's also look at value chain. So value chain analysis, as we all know, was set out by Michael Porter. And if we realize that we said that we have the primary and the secondary value chain. Okay. So as I said, the question might also ask us to um, talk about value chain analysis in this regard. So the primary value chain has five individual activities. We have the inbound logistics, the operations, the outbound logistics, marketing and sales, and service. So this is for primary value chain. We also have secondary value chain, talking about procurement, technology development, human resource management, corporate infrastructure. That's the last one. So with inbound logistics, we are looking at activities concerned with handling and receiving materials that the company purchase. So how we receive them, how we handle them. So handling, we are also talking about storage, how we are storing them, right? We also look at operations, which is converting purchased materials into an item that customers can buy. Right. So operations talk about the conversion. We have outbound logistics talking about storage of the finished goods. The inbound talk about storage of raw materials. The outbound talk about storage of finished goods. How we are going to distribute and deliver these goods or these items to the customers. Marketing and sales, we are looking at informing customers about the products and persuading them to come and buy. Then we have service. These are incidental to the purchase. When they are done, the kind of activities that we provide to them. If you can see here, we have PBL Estate Management Company Limited. Estate Management Company Limited. PBL Deco Ghana, decoration will still form part of operations, right? Will form part of operations. That is converting the raw materials into a way that will be likable by customers. You are going to decorate the place. You bring on board PBL Decoration Company Limited to do that. So it's part of the operations. That's why I said that this is also value chain analysis. With the secondary value chain, we have procurement, which is concerned about buying resources for the entity. Okay, like plant, equipment, and all that. We have technology development. Here, you talk about IT, we talk about research and development and all that. We have human resource, the staff of the organization. Then we have corporate infrastructure, which looks at the organization structure of PBL, their management systems, and all that. So that is it for value chain. Please let's know our value chain. Let's know the activities that can happen here. All right. So the company has consistently set the benchmark for excellence in the housing sector, recognized for creating abodes that embody longevity and transcend generations. The company has diversified its portfolio to cater to various market segments. PBL is synonymous with delivering state-of-the-art housing units, meticulously designed and strategically located, encompassing a spectrum of housing solutions to suit diverse preference and lifestyle. Among the array of residential options crafted by PBL, four primary classifications stand out: detached homes, semi-detached homes, townhouses, and condominiums. So here, all right, here, hmm, I think the examiner can set question out of these four primary classifications of PBL's activities. Okay. If you recall, we spoke about the Boston Consulting Group. Where we discussed a 2x2 matrix of growth and market share. If you remember, we even solved the question on this, all right, where we can have stars, we can have cash cows, we can have question marks and dogs, all right. So in the unseen, the examiner can bring or can attach values to these classifications, all right, so that you assess them based on the Boston Consulting Group's metrics. So if you recall, we looked at the market growth and the relative market share of the company or of the particular classification we are looking at. So we said that question marks is a product with a low market share in a high growth market. All right. So based on your assessment of these four classifications, one of them can be termed as a question mark because it has a low market share but high growth potential. All right. So since the market is growing quickly, there is an opportunity to increase the market share. Right. So with question marks, even though they have relatively low market share, there is a room for them to increase the market share because the market is growing. So they can capitalize on certain factors in the market so that they can grow their market share to move from being a question mark to becoming a star, right? A strategic decision that needs to be taken is whether to invest more heavily to increase market share in a growing market, whether to seek a profitable position in the market but not as a market leader, or whether to withdraw from the market because the cash flows from the product are negative. So here we are saying that even though the market has growth potentials, the company can decide that, oh, let me increase my market share so that I become the star, I become the market leader, or let me be at my stage. All right. So here we use the concentration strategy. Concentration strategy is where you decide not to grow further, right? So you be at where you are in terms of market share and in terms of growth. Or the company can decide to stop or withdraw from market or from the market. We get it. We can also have the star, which obviously has the higher relative market and the higher growth market, right? So this is the market leader, and you have to constantly invest to maintain your market share and your growth. We have cash cow, which also have relative market share to be high, and also they have a low growth, right? They have a low growth. They can also be the market leader because they have relative market share, but the market is saturated to the extent that they can't grow any further. Okay, so that is cash cows. These guys can channel their resources or channel their funds to support um, question marks to become stars and also to support dogs. We also said that dogs, you have to use the withdrawal strategies for them, okay? Because they are not having any market share and the market that they are in is not even growing. So it's either you withdraw now or you withdraw later. Okay. All right. So as I said, let's look at the Boston Consulting Group. After looking at the Boston Consulting Group, let's look at the weaknesses in the Boston Consulting Group. We don't have to just look at what it is. We have to look at the weaknesses of this BCG model. All right. So the first weakness is that the model assumes that the two indicators are market share and what and growth. But these are not the only factors that will attract a particular person or someone to an SBU or to a product. There are other things that can attract you. Okay. Now, people even look at how sustainable your products are, right? They are looking at sustainability now. Investors are looking at sustainability. Are your activities affecting the environment? Are they affecting people or the community that you reside in? Okay, so there are other factors that will attract investors or people to the market aside these two things. All right, so this make a flaw. The other one is that other factors apart from, okay, I think this is what I even said. The other thing is that it might be difficult to define what is meant by high rate and low rate. All right, because it might be subjective. Some companies can say that, oh, from 6, or we can say 0 to 10, right, is our grading. So from 6 to 10 is high rate. That is for your company. Other companies can decide to use other gradings, right? We know that universities are using different grading systems. Some universities, before you get A, it is 85 to 100. Other people are using 80. Other people are using 70. Okay, so you can't do a standardized performance of these people using their grades because even their A is not the same. or what gives them A is not the same. Okay. All right. So, as I said, please look at the other weaknesses of the Boston Consulting Group uh, model. Aside this, let's look at other things that can happen or that the examiner can make us do in terms of these four classifications. So if you recall, we also discussed the General Electric business screen, which we said is a development of the Boston Consulting Group. Guys, do you remember that? The General Electric business screen. So this is also similar to the Boston Consulting Group. If you check, it's the same thing. So the examiner can ask us to look at that as well, where we have market attractiveness and business position as the indicators. So here, unlike the Boston Consulting Group where we have a 2x2 matrix, here we have a 3x3 matrix. So with the market attractiveness, we have high, medium, and low. Let me project the book so that you guys look at it. Okay, so we have high, medium, and low. All right. And with the competitive position, we have strong, average, and weak. Okay. So if you recall all these, all right, the diagonal line of the matrix has, or we have to employ hold strategies for them. Before hold, these guys, we have to employ growth matrix. And here we have to employ the harvest matrix. So growth matrix will be similar to people who are within the question mark that we have to, or there is a potential for us to grow in the market. Hold, we use the concentration strategies, like you are holding, you are not doing anything. Okay. The harvest is the withdrawal strategy that we can use. You withdrawing from the market. So if your market attractiveness is low, your competition position is average, you have to harvest. If your market attractiveness is medium, but the competitive position is weak, you have to harvest. And if the competitive position is weak and the market attractiveness is also low, you have to harvest. Okay. All right. So we also have the shell directional strategy. We also have the shell directional strategy, which can also be a possible examinable question with this classification. So here we have prospects for profitability and companies' competitive capability. So we have disinvest strategies, phase withdrawal strategies, custodial strategies, cash generation strategies, growth strategy, leader strategy, the try harder strategy, and a double or quit. So with the disinvest strategy, they are SBUs or strategic business units that are failing and are a drain of resources. So you're just wasting your money on them because they are unattractive in terms of profitability and they are weak in terms of their competitive capability. So you withdraw them from the overall investment or the portfolio that you're having. Phase withdrawal. These do not have an agency or an urgency for you to withdraw. Okay. Unlike this invest strategy, this one has a sense of agency. Like you have to withdraw from the market as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. While less urgent action is needed for this segment than those in the disinvest segment, these SBUs are not going to continue long term. You know that, oh, sooner or later you're going to disinvest them. Sooner or later, these phase withdrawal, these two, they are going to be in the quadrant of the disinvest. The process of shutting them down should commence with cash and resources being redirected towards SBUs which show greater potential. So you can say that, oh, today or this year, I am giving you 10,000 Ghana cedis. I'm going to reduce it as the years go by. Okay, so next year, I'm not going to give you that much attention. I'm going to reduce the investment to 5,000 Ghana cedis so that I send the extra 5,000 to an SBU that can work with that 5,000 very well, or that can work with it efficiently and effectively. We have the double or quit. Here, the sector profitability is attractive, but there is weak competitive capability. So these SBUs are potential major future SBUs which represent a gamble for the company. So it's either you double the investment that you are making or you quit. So if you are doubling, you are gambling. I mean, you are testing the waters. You are seeing if something will work out. And if you are quitting, you can quit, but realize that, oh, this SBU, after quitting, you can later on realize that, oh, I would have made more profit if I decided, or if I had decided to double my investment in this strategy. So here you just take the risk of either quitting or doubling your investment because there's no clear indication of what the future is going to be with this investment. We also have the try harder, which also have attractive profitability but average competitive capability. So they are performing adequately for the time being, but they might become vulnerable over the long period of time, right? Custodial, these SBUs are average on both axes. If you check this, they are in the middle. So in terms of sector profitability, they are average. In terms of competitive capability, they are also average, right? They are similar to products in the BCG matrix that have recently moved. They just moved to cash cow. Okay, they should be used to generate resources which can be invested into other SBUs, but not further invested in themselves. They are stuck. You remember cash cows? They are stuck. There's no potential for growth in the market that they are in. So you shouldn't continue to invest in them because they are stuck. If you invest, you are wasting money. They are not going to grow further. So just allow them to maintain the market share that they already have. We have the cash generator. These are classic cash cows. So Custodia just moved to being a cash cow. But cash generator has always been a cash cow, or it has been a cash cow for a long time. They should not be invested. Cash shouldn't be invested in these guys because they are rich. They are called cash cows. They are rich already. Don't give them money any further. Rather, use their money to expand other things, to invest elsewhere. You get it? We have the growth. Just enough resources should be allocated to this SBU to allow it to continue to grow. Let's look at where they are. They have the competitive capability to grow. It is strong. They have what it takes to grow. Just that they are not getting the probability that they want. They are not getting the profitability they want. So give them resources as much as you can and as much as you need or they need so that they will grow to become a leader. Finally, we come to the leader. Resources should be focused towards SBUs in this sector. They are priorities for investment and represent the greatest potential for returns. These guys are enjoying the profitability, they are attractive, and they also have what it takes to be competitive, capable in the market that they are in. All right, so this is also the shell directional um, metrics. We are not going to talk about the last metrics in this side, which is the public sector portfolio metrics, the breaker and mountaineering metrics, because this case is not really about public sector. You get it? But you can read it anyway. As I said, we don't know what can come. All right. So before we even move on, let's before we move on the case, let's look at corporate parenting styles, which also form or which is also in this section of the case or in this section of the model of the strategic case study. If you recall, we spoke about parenting styles as proposed by Gold and Campbell, right? Guys, do you remember parenting style as proposed by Gold and Campbell, where we said that a parent can institute or they can adopt the financial control style, they can adopt the strategic planning, and they can also adopt the strategic control, right? With financial control, the parent acts on behalf of the shareholders to identify and acquire assets and businesses. So let's say the examiner asked us to explain the various corporate parenting style as proposed by Gold and Campbell. You know these three things. You know that the styles are financial control, strategic planning, strategic control. You don't have to discuss this in isolation of the case. Parents act on behalf of the shareholders to identify and acquire assets and businesses. The parent sets performance standards for the SBUs for the purpose of control and monitors and evaluates the financial performance of the SBUs. Can cite that, for instance, PBL company have branches in the Greater Accra region, the Western region. They have branches in Sierra Leone. PBL, by being a financial control parent, will set performance standards for the various branches, okay, for the purposes of control while they monitor and evaluate their financial performance. That's what I said. That you might not even see anything talking about financial corporate parenting in the case, but in your explanation of corporate parenting, link it. Just mention the name. Mention certain information that you have seen in the case in your explanation. Trust me, if this is 1 mark, you get 1/1. If it is 2 marks, you are going to get everything because you have done it well and you have linked it to the case. That's how we do case study. Okay. Then strategic planning, the parent aims to enhance the synergies across the SBUs. So keyword, enhancing synergies across or among all the SBUs. This is achieved via the provision of central services and resources, facilitating communication and cooperation between the SBUs and establishing a common purpose. So they set up a service at the head office or they centralize something which they make sure that the various SBUs, the various branches will share information together so that when the branch in the East Legon or the East Legon branch or the Accra branch is doing something for the first time, they can ask, oh, has anyone done this before? How did you do it? Okay, so that they don't waste time thinking about how to go about it and all that. Lastly, we have strategic control, where the parent deploys its own resources and competencies to the SBUs in order to build value. The parent's own capabilities are therefore used to seize opportunities and achieve growth. So here, PBL parent will give resources and competencies to the various SBUs, to the various branches, so that together they will build value, right? So this is the parenting style. Let's look at the parenting rationale according to Johnson and Schools. So this is the rationales for adding value. Okay, parenting rationale or the rationales for adding value according to Johnson, Schools, and Whittington. So here we said that A company can employ the services of a portfolio manager, a synergy manager, or a parental developer. Please, mind you, this is different from this. This is the styles, the parenting styles. This is the rationale for parenting or the rationale for adding value. So here we'll set up someone who will come and identify and allocate resources in order to improve upon them. So someone going to be in charge of the portfolio. So we can also have like, oh, those in the northern sector, Kumasi, Tamale, Bogatanga, they'll be managed by Cephas. So Cephas is going to be the portfolio manager for these people, right? And he's going to identify how they are performing and allocate resources as they need. They are just trying to be a good parent to them, helping them with the needs that they have. The parents will provide central services, targets, and incentives. So here we are employing what the services of strategic planning, provision of central services. Okay. All right. We also have synergy manager who seeks out SBUs where synergies can be achieved across the various SBUs that they manage. So here you are trying to make information available to them, opportunities available to them, so that their being together will make more sense than they operating individually. If you remember synergy, we said that in synergy 2 plus 2 is 5, not 4. Because by virtue of they coming together, you tend to perform better than you performing individually or you operating individually. Then we have the parental developer who uses their own skills and competences to improve the performance of the SBU. All right, before we move on, let's look at the Ashridge model. As I said,
Hello,
this
sir.
yes, sir.
With the corporate parenting you're talking about, is it in relation to the SBUs outside the jurisdiction, or they had branches in Accra, Kumasi, Western region,
So,
or it's focusing on Sierra Leone, Gabon, and then Burkina Faso?
so Rich, right? It can be anything. All right. As I said, the question might not necessarily ask about the branches, okay? But it depends on how the company is going to classify the branches as SBUs. Or they can say that the the companies outside Ghana are seen as one SBU, right? Or every branch is an SBU, or Greater Accra or Southern Sector 1 SBU, Northern Sector 1 SBU, branches outside Ghana 1 SBU. So you have 3 SBUs. As I said, it depends on the classification of the company, how they will classify it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Rich. So, however the case may be, whether they are SBUs in Ghana or outside Ghana, we use the same or the same parenting styles will apply, and the same parenting rationales will also apply. Okay, so before we move on, so these same 4 classifications, we can also have the Ashridge model, if you remember. So the question, the unseen can give you information on the benefits and the feel, right? Benefits and the feel. So here we define benefit as how beneficial the potential SBE is going to, or the benefits that the SBU, the branch, is going to get from its affiliation with you. So here we're not talking about the benefits that the parent is getting. We are talking about how the parent is going to help the branch, how the parent is going to help the company. Do they even need us? Okay, do they need us? We want to acquire or we want to move to Burkina Faso. We want to acquire company A or company B. Do they need us? Okay. We also have feel. Do they fit with our strategic um, culture? do they fit with our structures? Are they having the same structures as we have? Is there a strategic fit? All right. So here we have 4 decisions or 4 um, things in this grid or this quadrant: the ballless businesses, the alien businesses, the value trap businesses, and the heartland businesses. So this is the strategic fit. Sorry, this is the benefits, how beneficial the parent is going to be. Okay, so let's say branch A is there. We haven't acquired branch A yet. Branch A needs an expertise or needs skills called C. Okay, the parent also has the skills called C. It means that the benefit is high because the branch is going to benefit from their alliance or their strategic alliance with the parent. But if the branch is better, they are performing well, they don't really need anything from the parent. Now we can say that the benefit is low because they don't need you. If it's investment, they have it. If it is cash, they have it. You are just acquiring them. They don't need you. So the benefit is low. The strategic fit, are they having the same salary structure as us? Is their organizational structure different from us? Okay, right. So we have the heartland businesses. They operate. So heartland means high benefit, high fit, right? So operate in the same industry and they need us. They are lacking some competencies that we have as a parent company that we can give them. That is it. Ballast. These businesses operate in the same industry. So these guys also have a high fit. High fit or high feel is that, oh, they are in the same industry. They have the same culture as we have. They have the same structure. They have the same organizational culture. But they don't need us. Probably because we said, oh, we have cash that we can give you. They said, oh, we don't need cash. Oh, we even have excess cash that we are looking elsewhere to invest. Do you get it? So there, the company becomes a ballless business. We have alien businesses, alien, all right? They don't need us and they don't fit, okay? They don't need us, they don't fit. Let's say they are using autocratic organizational structure or the mechanistic organizational structure. The parent company is using the organistic. They don't need us as well. So they are enjoying, they are operating by themselves. They are autonomous. They don't need anything from you. They don't have any strategic fit as you. They are alien and it is risky. I'm sure they said it. The potential business already has the competence. It does not need the assistance of the parent company, and so the benefit is low. Alien businesses should be disposed of because they are saying they should be disposed of because they do not fit with your strategic direction. You know, we said that any diversification should be within your strategic direction. That's what Porter said in his 6 elements. That if you want to add value, your value addition should be within the strategic direction of the company. That's why these guys are saying, Ashridge is saying you dispose them off, right? Then we have the value trap, which has high benefit but low feel. So they need us, but they do not fit into our strategies, into our culture and our organizational structure, right? Um, so now we know Ashridge, we know corporate parenting. Good, 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 good. So let's move on with our case. Now, visible inscriptions echoing the company's vision, mission, and culture can be found at vantage points within the premises and the offices of PBO. This might not necessarily relate to cultural web, but guys, let's quickly look at cultural web. All right. So, we discussed the 6 elements of the cultural web. Okay. We spoke about stories, symbols, power structure, organizational structure, control systems, and rituals. I want us to look at it because the case said that visible inscriptions echoing the company's vision, mission, and values can be found at vantage points within the premises and offices of PBL. Remember, we said that symbols are visible expressions of the organization that its employees identify with and associate with what the organization is all about, such as business premises, the logo, the dress code, and all that. So please know the 6 elements of the business, the cultural web, and their what you can say about them. So we have stories, we have symbols, we have power structure, organizational structure, control systems, and rituals. Before we even move on, let's look at this also. Edgar Shane's 3 levels of culture before we move on. With Edgar Shane's 3 levels of culture, this guy also spoke about the outer skin, the inner skin, and the heart. The outer skin, the inner skin, and the heart. So his Edgar Shane's definition of outer skin, he said that this is evident in what an observer can see by visiting the company and in the values that it states. Okay, so please know this and know how to define the 3 layers by Edgar Shane. The outer skin is the things that even if a visitor come in, the culture that if a company or a visitor comes in, he can see it. And since these inscriptions, these mission vision statements are visible inscriptions that have been placed at vantage points, that's why I want us to look at the cultural web and also Edgar Shane's 3 levels of culture. So we have the outer skin, we have the inner skin, which states the ethical stance of the company. It states the ethical stance of the company. And also the heart looks like the paradigm of the company. Okay. These are things that might not be written. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's move on. Vision statement. So their vision statement is there to be a transformative force in the real estate industry in Ghana and beyond, pioneering innovative solutions that transcend the ordinary. Their mission to continually innovate and create sustainable living environments that harmonize with nature, exceed expectations, and endure through generations. Committed to delivering exceptional value to customers, partners, and communities, driven by a passion for excellence and a dedication to responsible development. If you can see here, importance of mission statement. Let's go there. Importance of mission statement. As I said, even though it's just there, we can get something to say about it. Because so we discussed that mission statements forms part of the expectations and purposes of the company. If you recall, in our definition or the strategic elements according to Johnson, Scholes, and Whittington, okay, we said we have strategic position, strategic choices, and strategy into action. When we took strategic position, we looked at how we assess and analyze the position of the entity in the markets that they are operating. How do we do that? We analyzed, or we suggested, or we looked at 3 aspects that we can look at: the environment, strategic capability, and lastly, we looked at expectations and purposes. So environment, we spoke about threats and opportunities. Strategic capability, we spoke about internal strength and weaknesses. With expectations and purposes, we said that what will make up the company is what the shareholders expect that you do. The expectations of the shareholder is what we are going to use to write the mission statement and the vision statement. All right. And the importance of mission statement, it provides a basis for consistent strategic planning decisions. It assists with translating broad intentions and purposes into corporate objectives. It also provides a common purpose for all groups and individuals within the organization. It gives them a common purpose. It also inspires employees. Very important. It inspires employees. It also establishes goals and ethics for the organization. It also improves the understanding and support for the organization from external stakeholder groups and public in general. So it helps the company understand what the external environments are and how they can respond to the expectations and their needs. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can know 5 relevance of the mission statement because it is something that we can look at. Now, when you hear industry, you know we are going to talk about the external environment, right? So we might not have time to discuss pestle analysis, but as we are going, as I am reading, I don't think I should be doing this, guys. As I'm reading, if I read something and you think is an opportunity or a threat, you let us know. Guys, this is open for all of us. This is going to help us understand the case very well. Okay. So if you think it's an opportunity, you can let us know. If you think it's a threat, also you can let us know. Right. If no one talks, I might not have any other option than to talk. So let's look at this
Hello, sir.
report. Yes, sir.
With the core values,
Okay.
if you could scroll up a bit for me. Integrity.
Sure.
So, do you think PBL has that integrity? Considering the fact that they are partnering the government,
They are doing what?
they are partnering the government. They have some government projects they are
Deals.
undertaking. They are in bed with the government. Are they meeting that core value of integrity?
Okay. So, Rich, I don't think we have any indication in the case stating otherwise. We don't have, even though, I mean, the fact that you are dealing with the government doesn't necessarily mean your integrity is at stake. I don't know if you get it.
Yes,
Because
sir.
we didn't see any indication in the case suggesting that, oh, this company is doing money laundering or they are doing certain deals that are not appropriate. They are giving bribes or they are doing corruption. We didn't see anything like that. So we can't say that their integrity is at stake. I don't know if you get it, Rich. The fact that they are dealing with the government doesn't necessarily mean that they have integrity issues. Some people deal with the government with integrity.
Okay. I was thinking this is Ghana.
Good. I think that's a very good observation as well. Thank you very much, Rich.
Okay.
Right. So Ghana's real estate industry has emerged as a promising and lucrative market for both domestic and foreign investors. This industry's growth can be attributable or attributed to several factors, including number one, economic stability. So when you're doing your SWOT analysis, okay, SWOT analysis, let me open. We are not doing SWOT, but I just want to do something for us to look at. So by now, you should know where you're going to pick your political issues from. where you're going to pick your opportunities, your threats, your strengths, your weaknesses from. It will even be great if you know them already, right? So economic stability, that is an opportunity. That is an economic opportunity. So, when you're doing peso, so you can just write political. So under political, you write opportunities. You can give space. You can write threats. The sheet is yours. So you can have maybe have a page will be for one factor. The rest will be for another. Okay. So you write political, then threats and opportunities, economical, threats and opportunities. Right. So that you write them as you see them. Okay. But when you're doing PESEL, when you're doing SWOT analysis, okay, you can decide to miss them. All right. So opportunities, you are not indicating the ones that are economic or the ones that are technological. You just mix them up. So when you're doing your SWOT, you know that this is what, whether SWOT or PESEL, they are the same thing, because PESEL will run into SWOT as opportunities and threats, right? So we have economic stability, opportunity, rapid urbanization, a social opportunity, social cultural opportunity, favorable government policies, political opportunity, infrastructure development. You can say it's economic or social, and a thriving tourism and hospitality sector. As I've mentioned this, let's go and look at diamond before we even continue, because I stated thriving tourism and hospitality sector. Let's quickly run through Porter's diamond. So we spoke about Porter's diamond. We said that that is going to, or that's an international strategy that Michael Porter propounded, right? So the diamond is used to analyze reasons why entities in particular countries or regions within a country appear to have significant competitive advantage over similar entities in the same industry, but operating in other countries or regions. Okay, so is PBL having a competitive advantage by virtue of the fact that they are living in Ghana, or they are residing in Ghana, or they were incorporated in Ghana? If you recall, we have four factors or four elements which make up the diamond. We have favorable factors, related and supporting industries, demand conditions in the home market, then we have firm strategy, structure, and rivalry. So with favorable factor conditions, we said we have two factor conditions. Before that, we said that these are the economic factors of production that we know in economics. So we have land, we have labor, we have capital, we have raw materials. Okay. So the favorable factors can either be basic or advanced. The basic factors are factors of production that exist naturally in the country. All right. I want us to discuss this so that as we read about the industry, we can say that something is a basic factor or an advanced factor, depending on what we see or the information that we see in the case. Right. So these basic factors, like, they exist naturally. The country didn't do anything to get them. Ghana didn't do anything to get oil. We didn't do anything to get gold. We just are lucky to settle in Ghana. I mean, at this point or at this part of the world. Okay. Right. Then we have advanced factors. These are factors that are created and developed over time. So you can talk about labor skills, you can talk about technological resources, as well as infrastructure. When we are doing, or when we are discussing Porter's diamond, we spoke about the fact that some government creates advanced favorable factors. All right. we spoke about the just-in-time principle that Japan suffered because of shortage of land, right? Because they don't have space, okay, to build warehouses, bigger warehouses, they developed the just-in-time principle. These and other things are things that countries are creating to make sure that they have the favorable factor conditions that they need. We have related and supporting industries. Any industry supporting the industry we are talking about. So in this case, we have a tourism and hospitality industry supporting the real estate industry. So we are talking about real estate, but we have a thriving industry and hospitality sector, right? So when the case or when the question asks you to discuss the Potter's diamond, all right, you can say that the the fact that the tourism and the hospitality industry of Ghana is thriving will help PBO get competitive advantage, because that's what Porter said, that these things will make a company have competitive advantage, right? So related and supporting industry. We have demand conditions in the home market. The fact that, oh, if your people are buying the things, your local firms, people in the local firms, they are buying. You know, there are a lot of real estate companies in Ghana. If they are all coming to you, it means that you have some innovation. You have some competitive advantage that if you move to another country, you are going to succeed. There are a whole lot of companies operating in the same market that you are operating. If your demand, if you have a high market share, meaning a lot of people are coming to buy from you instead of going to the other companies, it means that you have something exceptional. Okay, you have a unique resource, you have a unique competence that if you extend your operations to an international market, there's the tendency that you succeed. We also have the firm strategy, structure, and rivalry. Looking at the strategy that the firm has employed, the organizational structure they have employed, and all that. So, as I said, it can be anything. It can be Pestle, it can be SWOT, it can be Potter's Diamond. Just know what you have to do when the question asks you to do one of them. Just know what each of them is and how you're expected to respond to such questions. Despite the immense potential of the sector, several challenges require urgent attention. The mention of challenges means that we are going to talk about, well, when we see challenges, we are looking at threats to the industry. The Center for Affordable Housing Finance in Africa champions market intelligence, data, market analytics, and research to stimulate investor interest and to support better policy in the real estate sector in 55 African countries. The CAHF publishes annually its Housing Finance in Africa yearbook. An excerpt of the 2022 report on Ghana can be found below. So let's look at what these guys reported.
So these people, can they also be referred to as support service providers to the industry? The Center for Affordable Housing. Because they say they champion market intelligence, data, market analytics, and research.
So, Safa, support to which, to what, to SB, to PBL?
Yes, to the PBL or to the housing industry in general.
Okay, so which model are you talking about here when you talk about support? Are you talking
I mean
about
the Portage Diamond, the support services.
okay.
What
Supporting
I'm thinking is that
Mhm.
yes, what I'm thinking is that from their research, from their market analysis and the other stuff, PBL can know their stand. It can help them know how the industry is going and know the strategies and policies to implement to be able to have a competitive advantage.
Good, I understand. And I think I agree with you. But the question is that, is this only in Ghana, giving Ghanaian companies a competitive advantage over other companies? Mind you, This is done for 55 African countries. We don't even know where these guys are situated. If they were to be in Ghana, then we would say that, oh, we have a research giant in Ghana helping us provide data that will help PBL, or that is going to help PBL forecast very well, okay, to have a competitive advantage over other companies. But we don't have any information like that. Seth, I don't know if you get it.
Yes, I understand you, but I'm also coming from the angle that even
Mhm.
if it is within all the 55 Africa countries,
Mhm.
it will help PBL to have information about the market structure and all the stuff that are going on in other markets.
Okay.
Knowing about the other markets will also help me to put up a strategy that will give me competitive advantage over those markets. Knowing what they are doing, knowing what is going on in their country and the stuff. Even if I want to go and establish in those countries, the information that these people will provide will help me to know how I'll go about it.
Okay. I think I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. But seriously, it depends on, as I said, from explanation, I agree with you, but I didn't even think about it from that
All right.
direction.
All right.
So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So let's look at the excerpts of the report. Solutions for more affordable housing options for urban dwellers continue to be a challenge for the Ghanaian government. Despite this, Ghana's housing deficit witnessed a 33% reduction from 2.8 million to 1.8 million, partly attributable to the real estate boom and a 72.8 increase in residential structures within the period. Do we have anything to say here? Does anyone have anything to say here? Okay. In response to the affordable housing challenge, various organizations have made concerted efforts to increase the national housing stock. As a result, the government has committed to completing existing housing projects and undertaking new ones across the country. However, the unaffordability of housing finance is exacerbated by weakened consumer sentiment resulting from persistent increases in fuel prices, increases in transportation fares, and rising inflation. All these are economic threats that you can discuss. Persistent increases in fuel prices, increases in transportation fares, rising inflation. They are not good. I mean, they are bad factors. So they are threats which is affecting the real estate companies, which are undoubtedly contribute to the rise in housing prices. Okay. Come in, let me look at my slides. All right, so let's continue. A majority of housing stock is sourced from the informal sector, mainly through incremental construction. Most housing in Ghana is owner occupied, especially in rural regions, with the highest share in the northern region, the northeast, 90%. Generally, such properties like market related property rights are less investable and aren't built with housing services. The rental housing market, on the other hand, has urban character. Greater Accra has the highest portion of households that rent units 48%. Urban areas are characterized by land tenure insecurity. So this can be a social cultural threat, right? High transaction cost, it can be economic threats, convoluted property rights, and weak institutional oversight. Who is supposed to implement the oversight? Political, right? Weak institutional oversight. So this is also a political threat. Okay. In terms of investment opportunities, Ghana secured a 75 million commercial loan from the African Development Bank in October 2021, for the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to improve the financing and development climate, including affordable housing in Ghana. All right. So I think, okay. All right. Guys, don't you think this is an opportunity for companies in the real estate industry? The fact that there is a fund available that is going to help companies finance and have a development climate. Well,
Yeah,
it wasn't part of my list, but I mean, after reading this right now, I think it is an opportunity that we can add. You know, you can have a lot of opportunities. I don't think you can even finish. It's exhaustive, right?
it's not finishing.
It's plenty. So you
Yeah.
can just write what you can. All right. So IFC and Ghana Venture Capital Trust provide green housing finance and microfinance. So you can use this link to access the full report. Let's move on to read further about the industry. Ghana's economic growth and stability have positioned it as an attractive destination for real estate investment. So economic stability, once again, this is an opportunity. The nation's steady economic growth, classified as lower middle income country by the World Bank, has resulted from effective political and economic reforms. This stability differentiates Ghana from other countries in the region with higher level of risk, making it a safe and secure environment for investors. So, Ghana is having a secured environment for businesses. Okay. Don't you see any competitive advantage here? Sorry, comparative advantage here. It even said here, it differentiates Ghana from other countries in the region. Okay, so you can use this side to write or to add up to your point as a favorable factor condition. This can be an advanced favorable factor condition because this is not as a result of um, nature, right? Also, Ghana is experiencing rapid urbanization. Please, if you don't have a list, you can be writing these down, right? So rapid urbanization is also a sociocultural opportunity. So when you are doing your SWOT analysis, this is an opportunity. When you are doing your PESEL under your socioeconomic factors, this can be an opportunity. With its urban population growing at an annual rate of 3.6%, according to the World Bank. So if I am you and I'm writing this, I won't even think. I'll just copy. Like you can copy, but I'll just go and write the same thing. The fact that the annual rate, the urban population is growing by 3.6% per the World Bank. You don't have to think here. You don't have to really think when you are doing PESO, when you are doing SWOT, because you are taking all the information from the case. That's why I'm saying that you have to know the case. Because whatever analysis that you have done, you're not going to be allowed to send it there. Unless you know them offered that, oh, if PESO come, I have 10 things that are in my mind. I'm going to write all of them. You understand? And that's why I think it's a waste of time. You can use your mind to do other things. So just know where you're going to find it. So you know that page 4 or from page 3, right? You are going to look at, or from page 3, you can see the economic or the environmental analysis there. Okay, so you start. Whenever you see peso, you move to page 3. You write. You look at it right. Look at it right. So you do it in such a way that you leave the pages or you leave the spaces so that in your reading you see that, oh, this is an opportunity, economic opportunity. Then you go to opportunity, you write it. In your reading, you see, oh, this is political. You come to political. You don't do environment. When you are done, you go and do political. No, you don't have time. So that's how you're supposed to go about it. Great. So this urbanization trend has led to an increased demand for housing and infrastructure, particularly in major cities like Accra, Kumasi, and Takrady. The burgeoning middle class with higher disposable income has also contributed to a surge in demand for both affordable and luxury housing. So this is also a social economic opportunity. The fact that middle class people in the country has increased is an opportunity. Middle class people, they have increased. It means that if you want to set up a company in the real estate company, you're going to get a lot of people to buy. Because now people's disposable income or people with higher disposable income have increased. So you're going to get a lot more people to patronize the things that you are going to buy. Right.
and
Further,
and
okay,
and it's also a demand issue, which can be used to support the diamonds, the
the
protest
diamond
diamond.
model. Good. Thank you very much. So here, this is also a demand issue because increased demand for housing and infrastructure, meaning that the demand for the local products has increased, right? So this is also a demand issue. In case you are asked to do um, the diamond instead of the peso. Great. Thank you very much, Cephas. The Okay, so further, the Ghanaian government has implemented several policies to attract foreign investment and stimulate growth. These policies include low tax rates and tax holidays, profit repatriation, and land accessibility to foreigners. Guys, this is a very big threat. This is a very big threat to Ghanaian companies, right? So this can be an economic or a political threat. You can put it under economic. That same point, put it under political. Because who did it? The government of Ghana did it. It's political. They implemented several policies to attract foreign investment. These guys are coming to compete with the small profit that the local firms are enjoying. So it is going to be a threat to existing local companies.
Government by these activities is also removing the barriers to entry for new entrants.
Good. So five forces. Hmm.
Yes.
Five forces. So guys, as I said, if you understand the model, you know that when you see five forces, you know that, you know the side talking about barriers to entry, you know the side talking about barriers, you know everything. Do you understand? So you don't suffer. Cephas is able to say this because he knows the models, right? Okay. So this is a threat when you're doing peso or when you're doing SWOT. This is also removing or reducing the barriers to entry when we are doing Porter's five forces. The GIPC further facilitates investment in the country. Ghana has prioritized infrastructure development, including transportation networks, power generation, and telecoms. So even this line, GIPC, facilitating investment in the country is an opportunity, right? It's an opportunity. The expansion of road networks, new airport terminals, and port development have enhanced connectivity and opened up new investment opportunities across the country. Ghana's growing tourism sector. Now we are talking about the relating and supporting industries again, has become a key driver of the economic growth. Celebrities and tourists flock to the country to experience its rich cultural heritage and beautiful beaches. The BBC reports that an overall annual total of between 900,000 and 1 million tourists visited Ghana during the year of return in 2019. All these are part of supporting or related activities or related industries when you're talking about Porter's Diamond, right? The tourism growth has led to increased demand for accommodation facilities. When they come, they need to sleep, right? They need to rest. So where are they going to sleep? They are going to sleep in their rooms, in the buildings that these real estate companies put up. So once again, demand is increasing here. All right. So even though this point is for related industries, you can also use it for demand conditions in the home market because demand is increasing accommodation facilities because of the fact that the companies or the individuals and the tourists came to Ghana, right? The appeal of specific neighborhoods, including airport residential area, cantonments, and East Legon, is driven by factors like accessibility, security, and proximity to amenities. I wrote something down here. Okay, I also think this is an opportunity. Okay, the fact that there are appealing neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are appealing because of accessibility. Because if you are living at these areas, like you're not going to worry about traffic that much. These areas are where the industries and the companies are. Okay. So it's accessible. These areas are secured, highly secured. Okay. So we can say this is a social cultural factor or a social cultural opportunity for real estate companies in Ghana. These neighborhoods can experience varying levels of demand, impacting property prices and competition. However, emerging neighborhoods like East Legon Hills, Wager, and OEB offer significant investment potential. Once again, an opportunity, emerging neighborhoods. These areas are experiencing increased demand due to factors like commercial development, infrastructure improvement, and affordability. Yes, relatively, these areas are affordable than these guys. Cantonment, Airport Residential, East Legon. Okay, so if your money doesn't reach, you come here. East Legon Hills, Wager, and OEB. Okay. In terms of financing, the availability of diverse investment opportunities in Ghana's real estate sector, such as buy to let properties, property development, rent to own, and land flipping can shape the industry's competitive dynamics. Once again, anything shaping the industry's dynamics is also an opportunity. So you can
Hello,
say
sir.
this. Yes, sir.
Sorry to take you back a bit on the page 4, where the Ghana's growing tourism sector has become a key driver of economic growth. Celebrities and tourists flock to the country. Can
Okay.
it fall under the unsolved metrics under market development?
Okay, so not necessarily rich because with the answer um we are looking at internal strategies that the company is employing. We are not talking about external environment. Here we are looking at or we are doing external environmental analysis. Answer
Okay.
is way different from this side. Market development is when you are moving your existing products to a new market. That's all.
Yes. I was
Moving.
thinking the tourism industry is a new market altogether. Initially, they were producing the houses for sale, but with the tourism, I think they can then go into a short stay rentals, like a new market being created. That was why I was asking. That was my thinking that a new market has been created where every year you can just get certain accommodation that would accommodate tourists who come in, not to sell it out, but just to rent it out to tourists for short stays.
Um,
So in that sense, he's moving from or he's diving into hospitality industry from the original purpose of establishment, which is affordable housing industry.
okay,
Yeah, so
so
like moving from an existing product to a new market.
my question is that let's analyze this well. Is PBL moving? This question didn't say anything about PBO moving on. It only discussed things that has happened in the environment. We don't have
Okay.
any indications that PBO took part.
It's moving. Okay.
So that's what I said, that this is an external environmental analysis that we are doing.
All right.
You know,
All right.
everything here does not or do not specifically relate to one company, but it relates to the market as a whole. I don't know if you get it. So
I
we
get it.
can't use it in the answer model. Do you get it,
Oh,
Rich?
yeah. So basically, it can still be an opportunity, but the explanation can be a new market has been created for them
For companies in the real estate.
in the real estate industry. Okay.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. So despite the government's effort, okay, no, wait. Notable among these, oh no, I'm here. However, several challenges are hindering the rate of progress in the sector. Notable among these challenges is land acquisition troubles. So please, number one, threat number one, land acquisition troubles. Despite the government's effort to streamline land acquisition process, there are still complexities and disputes over land and ownership. Ambiguities in land titles, increased disputes and higher acquisition costs, impacting overall industry competitiveness. Another challenge is the absence of a so all these one can be seen as one, right? One threat. Another challenge is the absence of a well-established regulatory framework for the real estate sector. Who is supposed to do this? The government. So this is a political threat. Copy, pasted there. There are lack of clear regulations, causing inconsistent practices, potential fraud, and disputes. Again, the cost of construction materials fluctuates in Ghana. Economic threat impacting profitability of real estate projects. For instance, the GSS reported an inflation of the construction and building industry to be 77.8% year on year in September 2022. Economic factors such as currency exchange rates and global material prices influence these costs. So these guys are causing the fluctuation in the construction material prices. So once again, all these one can be one point, right? The real estate industry in Ghana has unregulated pricing scheme. Who is supposed to regulate it? The government. Political threat. There are no clear guidelines for property rates, rental rates, or service charges. Developers' charges are based on production cost and demand. Such practices often lead to exploitation, especially in a country with a high housing deficit like Ghana. Moreover, the rise of online portals for real estate listings such as Ghana Property Finder, homesghana.com, Aka Kappa, Tonaton, Gigi, Jumia, and Mekasa has transformed the way properties are marketed and sold. Technological opportunity. Don't forget, we are doing PESO, technological opportunity. These platforms provide increased, so all these can be seen as one, this one. These platforms provide increased transparency and accessibility to property information. This is why it's an opportunity, because the transparency has increased, accessibility to information has also increased. That is how come it's an opportunity. Wait, they also pose challenges related to authenticity and online scams, which affect trust and buyer confidence in the industry. Technological threat. Technological threat. Please don't forget. Another major challenge emerging in Ghana's real estate sector is money laundering. Money laundering can be economic, right? Economical threat. When you're doing your SWOT analysis, you don't even think about whether it's a political or you just lump them up as one, right? Money laundering, in the opinion of many, poses a significant threat to Ghana's real estate sector. Illicit funds obtained from criminal activities such as corruption, tax evasion funneled into the real estate market affect property values and the integrity of transactions. Money laundering not only distorts property valuations but also undermines the transparency and credibility of the industry. Among other factors, money laundering can also inflate property prices, impair veracity and trust in the sector, raise regulation barriers, and influence reputational risk. One symptom of growth in an industry is that it becomes highly competitive. Although the construction sector in Ghana is small, it has already become very competitive with major players and several market entrants from Benin, Togo, Chad, Nigeria, and Mali. This was said by Edward Afenya, who is a CEO of Trust Group. So, aside the fact that, okay, I even stated it here, Porter's five forces. So here they are saying that it is highly competitive. Porter's five forces is assessing competition, and they are telling us that it is highly competitive. Although the construction sector is small in Ghana, it has already become very competitive with major players and several market entrants. So our barriers to entry is very weak. It is very weak because of the fact that number one, the government has loose regulations. The government has given incentives to foreign companies to come. So the entry is low. I mean, the barrier to entry is low. Now, it's also here that people from Benin, Togo, Chad, Nigeria, and even Mali are coming because the entry is low. The barrier to entry is
Wow.
low. Right? Now, let's move on to this. This is very important. PPL could be said to be operating in a hyper-competitive environment. So if you can see my notes, hyper-competitive and strategies firm can adopt in this environment. The building industry business environment in Ghana has become uncertain and dynamic. Okay, so this line is even defining hyper-competitiveness. The fact that an industry or a market is uncertain and dynamic with aggressive competitors constantly changing current assumptions and methods, right? So guys, let's go and look at hyper competitiveness and the strategies that companies might or must use in these times. So hyper competition occurs when the frequency, the boldness, and the aggressiveness of dynamic moves by competitors create conditions of consistent disequilibrium and change. So technically, they are just saying what it is in this side, right? So let's look at the strategies. So before we look at it, in a market where competitive conditions are more stable, businesses can employ a sustainable or can be sustainable in terms of their competitive advantage. But in a hyper competitive environment, it is more difficult to establish sustained competitive advantage through either a cost leadership or differentiation because any competitive advantage that is gained will be temporal. You are not going to be there forever. It's going to be temporal. Competitors in a hyper competitive environment continually look for ways of competing in different ways so that no company can sustain competitive advantage for long using the same basis for achieving its advantage. Products and services that were once successful might not be relevant for long. Long-term competitive advantage is achieved only through making a continual sequence of short-term competitive initiatives. So let's look at strategies that maybe they can ask as a consultant, advise PBL the strategies they can employ in the times of hyper competition. So number one,
Please,
shorter.
which page are you reading from?
So, okay, let me project my book.
I mean, in the notes.
Let me.
Okay.
I'm even looking at the book, so let me project it so that we
Okay.
can all see. So something is some of the questions might be based on the unseen, but guys, any indication that you are seeing from the pre-scene, know it. There is a clear question on hyper competition in this case. If it doesn't come, it's fine. But if it comes and you don't learn, guys, like you saw it there. So anything that you have seen, please learn it. So that when you go and it's not there, I mean, you're okay. Then you're going to meet it. Because the seminar has given us clear indication of certain things coming. Okay. But we don't know. We don't know what is coming. So let's know. Let's look at the indications. Let's just assume that it is coming. Let's lie to ourselves that it is coming and read it. Read other things too, so that when you go, you won't be wondering. So shorter product life cycles, like your product will grow, will peak, will decline in a very short time. It's not going to be the normal time because you have to go and employ another thing. You have to go and introduce a new product, which is also going to start from introduction, growth, maturity. It will decline. You have to start. That's how the environment is. Okay. So your product life cycle should be short. That's the strategy. It should be short. You have to imitate competitors. So imitate them. You don't have time to think. You don't. So you see that, oh, company A is doing this. They are surviving in this short while. You start, you imitate them, you do the same thing while thinking about ways of doing it better. You are doing it, they are going to succeed or you are going to survive. Prevent a competitor gaining a strong initial position by responding quickly. You don't have to delay. Oh. You have to respond quickly. So that's one of the strategies. Concentrate on small market segments that might be overlooked by competitors. So here they are saying that you might decide to be a niche, okay? A niche. You might not look at the overall market. You can look at a segment of the market, all right, and you produce in that regard. Unpredictability. Companies should continually strive for radical solutions. Be prepared to abandon current approaches because we are in a competitive environment. You have to be ready. Change management doesn't work here. Oh. We are changing. What is change management? We are not now coming to psych employees, tell them that, oh, you have to no, we don't have time. We are changing. Make you have to make the employees aware that, Charlie, this is the environment that we are in. So we are always undertaking radical solutions. We are always abandoning the projects and the strategies that we have taken earlier. It might be possible to compete by building alliances with some smaller competitors to compete with larger companies that are financially stronger and currently are the market leaders. So you can call company ABC, which have relatively smaller capacity. You guys can form one company so that you fight the market leaders, right? So that is it for hyper competitive environment. Please note, I beg you, because I mean this is here. It is there, clear. Okay, so you cry if you don't do it because you say, oh, I saw this, oh, I saw this. So let's move on. Operations and governance.
Hello,
Yeah,
sir.
yes, sir.
I want to ask for clarification on the hyper-competitive strategies, especially the one you mentioned about imitating the competitors.
Okay.
Yeah, in the case here, it seems clear that PBL is the market leader.
Okay.
So when it comes to imitating competitors,
Okay.
how is it going to be? Imitating those that is far better than them, or how is it going to look like?
Okay. Thank you very much, Lamp. So, you imitating their strategies. It doesn't mind whether you are the market leader or not. You get it? Because you are the market leader because probably you are having the higher market share. You might not have the best technological tools, right? But you have been able to understand the customers well. Probably you have economies of scale that is helping you reduce your prices. So even as a market leader, but usually we imitate the market leader. But I'm saying that even as a market leader, you can imitate what other people are doing. Remember, we said we have market leaders, we have followers, we have challenges. The challenges are equally important though. They want to take over. They are equally sharp. So there are people that you can also look up to in terms of their operation. I don't know if you get it, Lam.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. All right. So let's move on. So they are going to have a meeting. This is the invitation. The company secretary has circulated the notice to the board and people who are coming for the meeting. So this is it. All right. So attached to the meeting invitation are certain documents. We have the minutes of the previous meeting and also executive chair's report. Great. So they stated that it is going to be face to face, but if you can't come, you have to alert the company secretary. If you can't join face to face and you want to join virtually, you have to alert Akoto Opensen. All right. Okay. All right. So let's look at the minutes of the previous meeting. Before we move on to that, guys, has anyone seen anything here that the person thinks is important for us to know? Because seriously, I haven't seen anything here. This is a normal minute. I mean, a normal invitation. So I have not seen anything here. But has anyone seen anything here that the person would want to share? I mean, after your analysis. Okay, so let's move on if there is none. Right. So let's see the minutes of the previous meetings. Okay. So we have the board present, the board members present. Sorry, Osman Boache, Bote Boache, Siddharth, and Edwin Widi. Mita Batachaya is excused. She's absent. Ado Konedo is also excused. Right. The other guys who were present, that's the head of quantity surveying, the head of projects, and other people like the project consultants, Skanda, Khalil, Omar. Right. So let's look at the executive chair's report. The meeting recommended that the company should expand its operation into Burkina Faso. After a brief discussion, the board agreed. However, the board could not agree on the most appropriate means by which PBL should use in entering Burkina Faso. Guys, this is a very open question. Anything can come. Because when you see something like this, it means it's a question. No, it's a question to you. But what is going to come? Right now, that's the question. So you have to know all the growth and directional strategies. So here, I'm talking about the Boston Consulting Group. I'm talking about strategic alliances, right? Because joint venture can be used here. Okay, because they are moving. Remember when we were talking about the advantages of joint venture? It was usually in relation to local firms going into another country, franchising, licensing, okay, whether in the market penetration. No, it can't be market penetration, but I mean the general strategies, cost leadership, differentiation, whether they are using the market development or diversification. So this is a very, very, very broad way. As I said, guys, you can't afford. So let's just know the models, right? If it is joint venture, we have already discussed it. If it is, if the question wants you to suggest then it is good for us because you can tell them whatever method you know that they can use. Okay. All
Can
right.
we discuss EPRG framework here?
Okay. So the EPRG framework, I think I have it somewhere here. But you can look, I have it here, right? Nope. So, but you can choose to talk about it here because this is how, or that is how managers of companies see the world. Okay. But here we are looking at the means they will use to enter. Okay, I think it's the same thing. So let's look at it here. Let's go and look
Yes.
at the
So
EPL
from the
framework.
perspective that before you know either you should go for a merger or you should grow, go and establish a new business there, you might want to know how using the EPRG framework, which one that you believe in. And
The
because that
orientation
will
of
suggest, yes, that will suggest which method you should use. If there is a company out there that does not believe in the uh,
policy.
okay, let's say geocentric, and
Mhm.
you believe in geocentric, you cannot go and merge with that company. So that is the angle I'm looking at it from.
Okay, good. I think it's very good. We're going to talk about it anyway, but let's discuss it here. So, let me. So we have the EPRG, which is the same as the management orientation. So EPRG, ethnocentric, polycentric, regiocentric, and geocentric. So these are the four ways that management can see the world. Okay. Now we have ethnocentric. Organizations with this orientation believe that the home country is superior. So whatever they are selling, they believe that their customers are superb. The information that they have on customers about their needs is okay. Because of this, when they want to extend their operations to another country, they are not going to think about them because they believe that the results they are getting from their home country is okay. So they place reliance on what they know when considering new markets. They don't think about what can be out there. Okay. They will seek out areas of familiarity and similarities with their own market. Little research will be carried out into the new market. They are not going to waste their time doing research because they know that their home country is superior. So their products are going to survive in the next or in the foreign country they are going to sell their goods to. They work on the belief that if something works in the home country, it will succeed anywhere. Products or services offered will be the same as those offered. They are not going to change it. Okay. If it is noodle, we are sending the noodles, the same noodles, we are selling the same thing to another country without thinking about how they are going to see it and all that. Okay. We're not going to tailor it to suit the home countries or the international or the foreign countries' preferences. No, we're not going to do that. International offices or subsidiaries overseas are likely to be viewed as less important. Do we even need you? We don't. You are just there to undertake administrative activities for us. You are not going to help in any decision making that is going to be relevant to the company. You are there just to be there. You are seen as less important and less competent. These companies are called international companies. So this is the features or the characteristics of ethnocentric activities or the ethnocentric world or management orientation. Sorry.
Hello there.
Yes, sir. Great.
In, I want to try and see if I can relate this to the case.
Okay.
Maybe PBL can say they are operating the ethnocentric because they are facing competition from other countries. And since they are facing the competition from other countries, it's assumed that if they are able to beat the competition coming from companies from the other countries, it means indirectly they are able to meet the demands of the other country. Is it okay?
Okay, so ethnocentric or these is not necessarily about meeting the demands of the other country, but we are just looking at how the managers of the existing company see the rest of the world. Okay, so
Okay.
personally, we do not have any indication in the case that PBL is ethnocentric because first of all, we don't have anything saying that they believe that their home country is superior and that they place reliance on what they know. There is little research conducted. The work will wait. I'm coming. I think I saw something like that. Can someone help us with where they spoke about country managers and all that, and the fact that they want to switch. Okay. All right. So
That is under the motion, the third paragraph under motion.
okay, the country managers of the three countries have
Yes,
been
Sierra Leone,
recommended
Gabon, and Mali.
for a special bonus. Currently, the parent company in Ghana makes decision, especially for budget items above 500 million. Marketing and sales strategies are deployed from Ghana to these industries. Motion is able to decentralize operations and increase the level of autonomy. So, Rich, I think if I will agree with you, I will agree with you because of this. If you are saying currently PBL is ethnocentric, I think I agree with you because of the fact that they make some decisions on behalf of the companies outside Ghana. All right.
Okay. All
Even though
right.
the companies are there, they are not doing any strategies. The strategies are deployed from Ghana. Right. We just have
Yeah.
country managers. Okay. And these guys are there for administrative purposes. Right. So your support, okay, shouldn't be the demand side. Your support to the fact that PBL is currently ethnocentric should be because of this.
So, inyama ema ye fairly does.
You get it? So sometimes
Okay.
you might be right, but your argument might not be
Yeah.
right. So what you
Yeah.
said is true. The argument is okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir.
So we have polycentric, which also consider each country in which the organization operates as unique and hold the belief that businesses are best run locally. All right. So now the company said that Motion is able to decentralize operations and increase the level of autonomy. So now PBL wants to move from ethnocentric to polycentric. Okay. They want to exert little control or authority over the activities in the other countries. Each foreign market will be considered unique and distinct. Foreign subsidiary managers are given extensive decision-making flexibility. All right. Now, looking at their current operations, the country managers are not flexible. If the budget is more than 500 million, they have to come back to Ghana. They don't even have the opportunity to think about marketing and sales strategies for the country. But these guys know the country. Probably they are from there. The country manager from Sierra Leone might be from Sierra Leone. He knows what can be done in terms of marketing, what can be done in terms of sales. So if you are bringing your strategies and putting it on them, then that cannot be good. So that is what PBO wants to do at the moment. They want to become polycentric. Okay, that's what they want to do. They are not doing it. That is what they want to do. And they are saying that the motion was subjected to a vote of 3-1 in favor of centralization. All right. So let's look at the other framework. We have the R, regiocentric, where they view the world as a set of distinct regional markets. In my explanation of this, I spoke about the fact that countries or companies can group them according to their continents, like Africa. Even in Africa, they can do South Africa, West Africa, East Africa, and all that. Okay. So this approach is similar to polycentric, just that polycentric see the countries as different from each other. All right. But the regiocentric will group the countries as one region, depending on usually their geographical area. So West Africa will be the same thing, or Africa will be the same market. So the whole of Africa will be seen as one. Okay. And it should be seen differently from Europe. All right. So the only difference between regiocentric and polycentric is the fact that with polycentric, we see the countries as individually different. But here, we are not seeing one country differently from the other. We are grouping them and seeing them as one. Okay. Now we have
Yeah.
geocentric. Yes, sir.
Before you go there, for the purposes of this case, I've been thinking about the regiocentric framework.
Okay.
Can we break it down small to contain only Ghana, in the sense that we'll use the regional groupings of the country. Of already the company is in 3 regions: Greater Accra, Ashanti region, and the Western region. So can we say that the regiocentric will limit it to only Ghana and use the Ghanaian regions instead of globalizing it? Can we do that?
I don't think we can do that, Cephas.
Okay.
The reason is that this is an international strategic choice.
Strategy. Okay. All right.
International. So
All
we are
right.
not even looking at the local. We are looking at international strategic choice. All right. Thank you very much, Cephas. So let's look at the last one, geocentric. So here they see the world as one potential market, and aim to serve it effectively. So they don't see the differentiation. They don't see countries as being different. They see it as one. They don't recognize their home country as the best or as the superior. Okay. They see the world as one. So this combines both the ethnocentric and the polycentric approaches. All right. So they try to understand and know that, oh, if it is noodles there, noodles, if it is Indomie, when we are selling it in Nigeria, it is the same thing. I mean, we can sell the same product in Australia. We can sell the same product in Canada. We can sell the same product in China. So they will do their research and they will bring out products that will serve the whole world as one potential market. So here we don't have any differentiation and any fragmentation between the markets, right? Okay, so please take note of the IR framework as well, where we have the global integration and the responsiveness framework. Okay, so here we have international, we have global, we have transnational, sorry. So the global strategy, the headquarters exert substantial control and there is centralized coordination. Management views the world as one big market. Operating costs are generally lower as a result of economies of scale. The quality of both products and processes can also be improved as manufacturing and other processes can be simplified. However, coordination of many widely dispersed operations can be challenging for management and may lead to reduced flexibility. I don't think PBL is operating this. Let's look at transnational. These organizations attempt to respond to local needs while maintaining sufficient central control. Aim to develop a flexible approach in which they will standardize where feasible and adapt where appropriate. Let's look at the international strategy. Companies that adopt an international strategy consider international business to be separate from and secondary to the domestic business. Products are designed for the home market, and international markets are viewed as a way of replicating success and extending the product life cycle. Multinational strategy. These companies allow each country manager significant autonomy to operate independently and seek local responsiveness. So this is what PBO wants to do at the moment. They want each country manager to be autonomous and operate independently. The difference between national markets are both recognized and emphasized. So country managers operate independently and there is little knowledge sharing between the group. So now this is what PBO wants to go. So know this multinational significant autonomy to their country managers. International companies, they consider international businesses to be separate from the domestic company. Transnational, even though they attempt to respond to local needs, they also try to maintain sufficient central control. They don't want to lose control. And lastly, the global strategy, right? Okay. All right. So let's move on with the case. Let's move on with the case. All right. The motion. So as I said, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Okay. So they are going to enter Burkina Faso. Aside the fact that they do not have the most appropriate way to go, it can be measures and acquisition. Oh. So as I said, know the strategies, know all the directional strategies, the growth strategies, so that if it is mergers and acquisition, the question might ask you, because if you are saying that is the most appropriate, why is it the most appropriate? So you justify by telling them the advantages of mergers and acquisition. Okay, right. And you know that this brings about the MPV that is in the question, the entering into Burkina Faso. Staff members Felicia Boche and Azuma Tete attended the African Climate Summit in Nairobi, Kenya last month and gave a brief extemporaneous presentation. Both are invited back next year to give a longer presentation about the organization. After a brief discussion, the board congratulated Mrs. Felicia Boche and asked her to pass on their congratulations to Mr. Azuma Teta as well. So this is the motion. The motion to adopt climate smart building technology was seconded and passed. As part of the motion, a consultant specializing in eco-friendly construction methods and materials is engaged. So this area is not specific. It is anything sustainability, anything about environmental or corporate social responsibility. So let's take note because this is not specific to one area of sustainability. Okay. The motion to tax the risk committee to investigate and recommend ways to reduce capital lockup in unpaid projects was seconded and passed accordingly. So the risk committee is going to investigate why the company is having capitals lockup and ways that they are going to use, okay, to or ways that the risk committee is going to recommend to reduce the capital lockup. So, guys, this is something we can talk about here. I don't think this is even anywhere. This is something we can discuss. What measures do you think the risk committee can use to investigate why there is capital lockup? Anyone? Because at the end of the day, we are going to be the risk committee. Oh. We are going to be the risk committee. Please, anyone? Oh, okay. So we can say that they can employ the services of a consultant, right? Someone who has expertise in the investigation. So this person is coming outside the company. The person knows that is his or her job. So they come and investigate why there is capital lockup. Aside that, they can do a quick financial statement analysis, right? To identify where the capital have been locked up, whether it's in inventory, whether it's in PPE, whether it's in their investment properties. Okay, where is the capital lockup? Is it in inventory? Is it in the raw materials? Okay, is it even in the fact that there is more accounts receivable? Okay, in that case, you know the ratios that we compute. You know the accounts receivable collection period and all that. They can do all these to investigate the capital lockup paid project. Recommendations of ways to reduce the capital lockup. They can employ the services of what? Who can help us? Employ the services of who? To come and take the I mean, if it has been locked up in accounts receivable, we'll get what? A factor, right? A
Yes,
factor
factor.
who will help us reduce or get the money or get most of the money. We can decide not to sell, or we can decide to change the terms of our contracts as well. Okay, because probably we are doing this because we give the customer a long period of time to pay. We can also rethink about our customer base. Maybe we should start targeting those in East Legon Hills, those working in Bank of Ghana and all those. We are targeting those in um, working in the other sectors who doesn't really have money. So they pay and they get stuck. So we should rethink about our customer base and who we are going to give the money to again. Right.
So what of to manage demand and supply?
Can you please explain further, Richard?
It's possible that they are overproducing. So when the buildings are ready, there is no demand for people to buy.
Good,
Or
good, good, good. Oh, please continue.
yes, they are overproducing. So after production, they don't get the people to buy, or they are producing not to the specifications of the buyers. So
Good.
they have the property ready, but because it's not meeting
The
specifications, people
specific
are not
requirement
interested.
of the customer is good. Thank you very much. So Richard has brought 2 points. All right. So number one, the first one, do your clients, your customer base need what you're selling to them? Do they need it? Right? If they don't, you'll be doing it and you'll be investing in the project and the projects will be there. The second one is that you have to employ different marketing strategies because we don't know where the capital has been locked up. In unpaid projects, all right, because of this, the projects are there, okay, we are done or we are even on them, but we don't have people to come and buy. Okay, or we are not getting the right people to come and buy. So we do or we undertake advertising or marketing, rigorous marketing strategies to make sure that um, people come and buy, right? Moving on, Sierra Leone, Gabon, what have I written here? Okay, so as I have ways to reduce lockup in unpaid project. Sierra Leone, Gabon, Mali branches have experienced significant growth in profit over the last 3 years. These guys are there and they are doing well. The country managers of the three countries have been recommended for a special bonus. Currently, the parent company in Ghana makes decisions, especially for budgets. We have already spoken about this. Okay, the fact that this is at an ethnocentric approach. Marketing and sales strategies are deployed from Ghana to these countries. Motion is stable to decentralize operations. So here, the question might ask you to discuss the EPRG framework or the IR framework, which we discussed as international strategy transnational strategy, global strategy, and the multinational strategy. Here now I can ask you about the advantages of decentralization and increase the level of autonomy, a section of the board, things that the company will lose control and the country managers will have more power, which may heighten management buyouts when political factors are ripe. This same passage, this same paragraph can ask you about the greenest model. So before we look at the greenest model, let's look at advantages of decentralization. When you decide to decentralize, what do you gain? Okay, what do you get? All right. So, before we look at that, let's look at advantages of centralization before we go there. So, decisions by management are more likely to be taken with regard for the corporate objective of the entity as a whole. We said that if decision making is centralized, okay, the country managers are not going to do things that will benefit them. All right. A particular decision might benefit the country, all right, the company in the country, but might not benefit the group as a whole. All right. But when the decision making is centralized, those at the head office or those at the parent company's office taking the decisions will do something that will benefit the entire organization, whether you're in Canada, whether you're in Ghana, whether you're in Nigeria, you're going to be benefited, right? Decisions by management should be coordinated more effectively if all the key decisions are taken centrally. In a crisis, it is easier to make important decisions centrally, right? Now, COVID has come. Okay, are you going to allow the companies to do things on their own? No, you have to send them decisions, send them things that they are supposed to do. So when you are using the centralized approach, you are going to be beneficial, or it is prudent to use that in terms of crisis. Let's look at the advantages of decentralization. The advantages of decentralizations. Number one, in many situations, local managers have better knowledge than senior management about operational conditions. So you can say that, the country managers here, they have better understanding of their countries. The country manager of Sierra Leone, like, even without being centralized, look at how they are doing. They have experienced significant growth in profit over the last 3 years. They are only employing your strategy, so they have been able to do that. Imagine they bringing on board their knowledge of the market and employing them. They are going to do it better than this. The company is going to see more significant growth. Okay, so you can say that, the country managers of Sierra Leone, Gabon, and Mali of PBL branches, or the branches in these countries, branches in these countries, they know they might usually they have better knowledge than senior management sitting in Ghana. Giving authority, the second point, giving authority to managers at divisional level and below helps to motivate the management team. These guys are going to be motivated. Not only these guys, the people working in the country, they can know that, I can also become a country manager, right? Imagine we do not have any country manager and we are all reporting to a centralized place, okay? Like, you know the chain. It is going to be long for you to get there, right? But when you know that, I can rise to become the country manager of the whole country, then you'll be motivated to do well. Decisions can be taken more quickly at the local level because they do not have to be referred to the head office. If something comes up, they don't have to come to head office and say, head office. And some people have a long communication channel. Some countries, you might have to call, you might have to write a letter, a memo, and all that. But if the decision making is decentralized, all right, it means that, what are we doing? We come together as a local firm and we do it. Right. Then, lastly, in a large and complex organization, many decisions have to be made, probably too many. Oh, sorry. In a large and complex organization, many decisions have to be made, probably too many for senior management at head office. Right? Imagine making decisions for a lot of companies, a lot of branches. The executive management are even going to be exhausted. So you better centralize. When it's centralized, you even have the chance and the opportunity to consider other things. Okay. Guys, what am I sharing? Is it the material or the book?
The material.
Oh, okay. So we have discussed about 4 advantages. The first one is that local managers have better understanding of the the industry, the operations and the activities, especially if it's a different country. We also discussed that when you give authority, or when you give the power to them, it motivates the other guys to do well. It is also learned that it is more quicker to take a decision when decision making is decentralized. All right. And we also discussed that it will relieve senior management so that they concentrate on other things that are strategically important. Let's look at Greenest model. Why are we looking at Greenest model? Because of the fact that they said motion is able to decentralize operations and increase the level of autonomy. A session of the board. What do they think? They think that the company will lose control and country managers will have more power, and this might heighten management buyouts when political factors are ripped up.
Share your
So
screen.
yes, I'm going to share it. Let's look at the Greenest model. Very important. Guys, please, as I said, when you see the indication, you learn it. Amba, enyashi. Okay, right. So, as you recall, we said that when a company wants to grow, they can grow internally or they can grow outside. So, as part of the internal growth, we discussed what we call what Greenest model. So, this is the model suggested by Greener in 1970. This guy is saying that, so if you know this, okay, you might not even, as I said, just know the model. I'm going to use this to explain it. So, as we said, so in your explanation, you start that, oh, there's a phase called phase one, which will bring about crisis of leadership. So, when Osman Boachi and Bote Boachi started the company, they started with an entrepreneurial mindset. They had a creative idea and they put that idea into a business. That's the first growth through this phase. Now, when the company is growing, the entrepreneurial idea will no more survive because it will be the decisions will only surround around them. It will surround them. Anything will be about the boss, the boss, the boss. Okay, we have to, or there will be a crisis. There will be the need for us to bring on board people who are experts in leadership, experts in managing companies. So we set a board of directors or management. So this crisis of leadership will bring us into a new phase called the growth through direction. When this phase comes, management will say that, or directors will say that, oh, now we are the boss who, okay, we are the bosses. You have to report to us. Whether you are in Koforidia, whether you are in China, report to us. Right. So this is where the branches will start crying. That, oh, we are here, we don't do anything. We only report to you, we only talk to you, only call you for directions. Why? We also want to be autonomous. So let's look at this period two. The entity is now more structured with a traditional management hierarchy. Formal systems are introduced such as planning, control systems, accounting systems, inventory, and all that. However, an entity grows, or as the entity grows, the hierarchical management structure becomes inefficient. The control systems and the reporting systems are designed for close control from top by senior management. However, management control from the top is not as effective as it used to be. Top management are far away from actual operations. Now, they are no more in Sierra Leone. Management of PBO are in Ghana. They are not in Sierra Leone. They don't know what is going on there, right? And local managers know much more about how the business functions in their area of operations. And then crisis of autonomy come. The tensions between senior managers and the country managers will grow. Why you not minding us? What is our use here? We are in Sierra Leone. We always have to call you. We also have our MBO. We are chartered. We can do the same thing. We can even do better than you are doing. All right. Until local managers are given more authority to take decisions themselves, the entity will manage ineffectively from the top. So if you go back to the case, what is the case saying? Now, some of the people, some of the board members are thinking that, oh, let's set decentralized, okay? Let's at least increase the level of autonomy by the country manager. So they are here. Do you get it? They are here because you are going to increase their autonomy. Now, after increasing the autonomy, we go to growth through delegation. Now, we have delegated responsibility to the country managers, to the branch managers. Like, so that is the next sentiment that is here, crisis of control. Look at the case. A section of the board thinks the company will lose control. The company will what? Lose control. That is crisis of control. Now they'll start crying. Oh, the branches are doing everything. We don't even know what they are doing. They are taking decisions themselves. They don't consult us. We have given them more power. They are more power too much. So that is what will happen. That is the crisis that will happen in the third phase. When this happens, then the company will try to restrict the control or restrict the power that has been given to the branch managers and the country managers. So here we come to growth through coordination. Growth through coordination. Now they are saying that, oh, don't do this anymore. We will coordinate the activities among all the SBUs and all the branches. Let's go and look at coordination. So in this phase of growth, central managers monitor the local managers carefully using sophisticated reporting systems. So they'll tell you, right? So on every day, send us your end of month report. So do a monthly profit or loss account and send it to us every month. Send us cash balance weekly. Send us this, send us that. All right. Local managers are more accountable, although they have delegated authority to make decisions. The focus is now coordinating the activities of all the different local operating divisions within the entity. That is, they are consolidating them. However, as the entity continues to grow, the operating or the reporting system start to create a bureaucratic culture at the head office. Every day we have to send something. Every day we have to send something. What do you guys even do with the things that we send? Guys, these are practical. I'm saying it because I know, and I'm sure some of us work in these companies. Start asking yourself, every day we send this report. Every day, do they even open the report? They don't even open the mail. It becomes bureaucratic. Local managers now become angry at having to provide so many reports and explain so much to the head office when they feel that their time would be better spent in managing operations. I could have used this time to do this. I could have used this time to resolve it. I'm here trying to put together this report to send. You get it? So this report or this kind of growth will lead to the crisis called crisis of red tape. All right, red tape. Then it will move us to the next phase of growth, which is the growth through collaboration. This is the ideal growth stage. Greener suggested that the crisis of red tape leads to further change. To overcome the problems of red tape, head office management and local management, they find ways now, they sit down. How do we collaborate more constructively so that none of us complain? There is greater emphasis on teamwork and problem solving and less emphasis on formal reporting system. Now, how do we solve it? How do we work together so that we don't let you be sending reports to us? All right. Participation in decision making by more individuals is encouraged since no entity has gone beyond phase 5 of its development. Greener suggested that it was too early to tell whether there is a crisis at the end of phase 5. So Greener is saying that he proposed this. No, he doesn't think that there is crisis here because no entity has gone below and beyond this growth model. So it would be nice of you when the examiner asks you to write on the Greener's model or to discuss the Greener's model, you know that you relate the case to what you are discussing here, and it will be very great if you draw this for them. Guys, imagine being examiner of your paper and you have been able to draw this. Guys, you get everything over there. All right, let's move on with our case. We said we are going to close at 12, but guys, I think you might have to give me some few hours or minutes for
like
us.
1 hour. Right?
Yes, so that we talk about the others. I beg you. I beg you. All right.
So one of these, well,
It's our own.
oh, sorry.
Let's move. Let's move. We are on track. So let's see. But we are finishing everything before we stop this. All right. So let's look at the finance committee report that was provided by the chair. So in the chair's absence, the vice chair, all right, examined that the external auditor, Masaraz, reviewed the organization's interim accounts and found them to be satisfactory in preparation for the upcoming yearly financial audit. Guys, do you think that this information is here just like that? Well, personally, I don't think so. Let's go and look at the roles and duties of the external auditor. As I said, everything can be examined. Everything can be examined. So know the roles and the duties of the external auditor. All right. So we all know that the audit committee appoints the external auditors. All right. And if you check page, so let me even go there at the moment so that we look at it. We look at the rules of the external auditor. All right. So the external auditor should be the prime source of an objective, independent, and effective opinion about the financial statement of the company. So you can say that they just state an opinion about the financial statements that the company have prepared. To do this is all part of the rules and duties. So the external auditor should be diligent, they should be independent and objective in carrying out their role. They should carry out the external audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, where here we mean the IASs, okay, the international auditing standards. They should do it in accordance with these standards. They should also state in the audit report if the financial statements have been prepared in accordance with IFRS or other relevant accounting standards. So I hope all of us have seen audit reports before. In your opinion, you indicate that their financial statements have been done in accordance with IFRS. That is, countries that have um, adopted IFRS. There are other countries that haven't yet. Okay. All right. The auditor's report should also specify any departure from the accounting standards and specify whether or not the auditor acquiesces with this departure and the reasons for the departure. So you are just indicating whether what the company did departs from what the standard wants them to do, right? And you know that as auditors, we suggest adjustment, right? When I come and I know that, oh, you don't have to do it this way, I'll suggest that, oh, we do it this way. If you understand, then this thing doesn't even come to play. But some clients do not accept it. If they don't, you have to show that, oh, me, I said they should do this, oh, but they decided not to do it. We call it uncorrected misstatement. So that everyone will see that, oh, okay, the auditors even said it too. Do you understand? Good. Sometimes too, your departure from an international financial reporting standard might be reasonable, right? Because of that, you have to inquire management representation on why they departed from the actual, why they departed, right? So I was auditing one client, guys, and I realized that we don't have any IFRS on gold, investment in gold. We don't have. All right. So here, what we did was that after thorough reading, we realized that no, we don't have any. You can talk about IFRS 9. Guys, it doesn't talk about gold as an investment. It talk about cash and cash equivalents and a transaction that will give rise to, or a contract that will give rise to a financial asset and a financial liability. When I go and buy gold, do I get right, or does it give rise to a financial liability? No, I just have a financial asset in my book. So gold is not like that. We also explored IAS 40, investment property. Guys, it is not there because it is talking about building and what? And land, majorly building and land. So we concluded that we don't have any accounting policy on gold, and it's true, you don't have one. So the entity was advised to have a policy, all right, to adopt a policy. And here we went back to IAS 8, right? How to do your own policy, how to get your own accounting policy, right? So you can copy other policies. We suggested that they use IAS 40 and majorly copy IAS 40. Just that they are saying that this is how we are going to treat our gold, right? So here they can state, or the auditor will state that, oh, we do not have any standard saying that, but this is what the auditors did, right? The auditor should also specify in their report whether there has been any departure from the auditing standards, and if so, you give reasons. So you as an auditor, did you depart? If you did, you state it. To ensure continued effectiveness of the audit, there should be regular rotation of audit personnel, including the audit partner. All right. So you spoke about audit rotation. The fact that because of familiarity threat, we have to what rotate our auditors. Guys, all these are best practices. Okay. The roles and duties of external auditors according to best practices. If the audit firm is removed, resigned, or refuses to stand for appointment, the company should explain the reasons in a circular to shareholders, right? So if you remove them, you have to explain. If they resign, they have to explain. If they refuse to continue, they have to explain, right? So these are the roles of the external auditors, right? As I said, that statement might not just be there. That's why I want us to look at the roles and duties of the external auditors. Raja reminded the board of directors they need to pass the new compensation scheme agreed upon with labor union leaders to cushion workers from harsh economic impact in Ghana. After extensive discussion on the impact of the decision on financial position of the company, the motion to implement the new compensation scheme was deferred to next year. Mr. Siddharth Raja and Mr. Edwin Boedi were nominated to meet and renegotiate the implementation date with the labor unions. Why did I even highlight here? The fact that sometimes board members can delegate some of the activities to some portion of the committee, or can give a committee, or can set up a committee to take part of certain things. Another thing is stakeholder mapping, right? Because the employees were defeated, they were defeated probably because they didn't have power as we saw initially. Because if they had, I don't think they would have deferred their compensation to next year. Guys, give me a minute. Hold on, give me a minute. All right. Guys, let's continue. So, yes, as I said, that is how it is. The race committee reviewed highlights, trends, and issues from the financial statements, the statement of profit or
So
loss. Yes, sir.
on the committee to check on the compensation,
Okay.
um, was it a committee? If it's a committee, I think two people forming a committee brings about a corporate governance issue.
Are you sure? That okay, so you know that as I always say, these are best practices. Okay, so if they ask you to recommend based on best practices, you can recommend that the the committee should be made up of at least 3 members. Guys, I am telling you that I know a company, a prestigious company in Ghana here, where one person was a committee. I'm telling you, that's myself. I'm serious. I was looking at um the the board fees, director fees paid to this person. And under the committee that he was the only one there. And they are paying him allowance for which meeting? Like meetings just saying, oh, meeting why? Do you understand? But yes, it is there. It is there. It's not like someone is saying it. I've seen it. So, as I always say, these are not standards, these are not laws. So if the question asks you to, please don't write that, oh, they are wrong. No. So you are just being nice. You are just recommending that, oh, based on best practices, this is what they should do. This is what they are supposed to do.
My problem is now PBL is a listed company, so there are certain expectations that is expected from them. Assuming it was just a normal company.
Hey, Rich, I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen that PBL is listed yet.
I think the first page, it was saying it started as a quoted.
Okay.
It's the company which originally started as a small unquoted family business. Under the introduction, I think the fourth or a fifth line or so.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen it.
The company which originally started as a small unquoted family business.
You, so it started as a small unquoted family business by these two guys,
Yeah.
but we don't have any information that
Clear
they are
cut.
now quoted. I don't know if you get
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
We don't have any information that they are now quoted. They are now on listed on the stock exchange.
Question. Okay.
I don't know if you get it.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Uh-huh.
I was thinking because it was stated that way that it started as this. It's suggesting that currently it is.
Mm,
Uh,
oh, okay. Thank you very much, guys. I like these observations, so that we all clear our doubts. I didn't even think about quotation when I was reading that, but Rich was able to look at that. All
Yeah,
right, so
someone raised
let's
that.
come again.
Someone raised
Okay,
that.
wait, KJ, can you please talk?
Oh, okay, sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And please, I think it's now quoted because it's PBL Limited. So you only use limited when you are listed on the stock exchange, or
yeah.
No, that is not it.
Okay, so limited is so limited
Limited,
doesn't necessarily mean it is
you are quoted.
quoted.
Yeah.
Okay, if you check most companies, they have limited because they are registered as companies under the Act 992 2019. Those are people that are supposed to use limited. It doesn't necessarily mean it should be quoted. There are companies, Zenith Bank, PwC Ghana is has limited because they are limited in shares. The shares are there, okay? The shares are there, but it doesn't mean that they are quoted or they have listed those shares on the Ghana Stock Exchange. KJ, please do you
Even,
get it?
even now, they said
yeah.
instead of limited, it should be PLC.
Yes, companies even use PLC or LTD. All right, they are using LTD or PLC. PLC is what? Public Liability
Limited
Company.
liability company, yeah.
Yes, yes. All right. So that is just because they have been registered under the Companies Act, okay, as a company. Right. Thank you very much, KJ. So let's move on. Issues including capital lock up in projects and the high accounts receivables require immediate attention to policies and procedure to ensure that the organization receives more payments on time to ease the looming liquidity challenges. Right. After a brief, I I highlighted this, but we have already discussed this. After a brief discussion of the issues and suggestion about how to increase project turnover, motion to accept financial statements were raised, seconded, and passed. So they have accepted the financial statement. Mr. Bote Boache reminded the board of the scheduled management retreat coming up in 3 months and provided a draft retreat schedule for board review. Reminded the board of the scheduled management retreat coming up to accept. Sorry, let me take it again. Mr. Botebashi reminded the board of the scheduled management retreat coming up in 3 months and provided a drafted retreat schedule for the board review. Motion to accept the retreat agenda was seconded and passed. Since most of them or some of the executive or some of the directors are executive managers, I brought in training of directors, but I just realized that this is even management. Mr. Bote presented members with a draft of the bylaws paragraph that seeks to change the board dynamics in terms of size. So if you can see here, I've written that we have to look at best practices of board size, best practices of the function of the board, best practices of duration of the board members, and the conduct of meetings. And these best practices are from the Ghana Code of Best Practices or the OECD principles. So Melissa Johnson suggested a review and resolution to change the bylaws accordingly. Melissa Johnson suggested that Mr. Botebuachi first seek legal counsel to verify if the proposed change is consistent with best practices. To verify if the proposed change is consistent with best practices. Do we have the change? No, we don't have. So it's likely that the pre-seen or the unseen will give us the change that they want to do, the proposed change. Or even if it's not in the unseen, it will be in the preamble to your question that these are the proposed changes. Are they consistent with best practices? Mr. Boache Pote agreed to accept this action and notify members of the outcome in the next meeting. So this guy has said that, oh, I've accepted, I'm going to do it. And I'll tell you guys in our next meeting. So you are going to be the legal counsel. Botebuachi is going to come to you. Right? Because, what we are going to read is part of this, which is the conduct of meetings. Let's look at this before we go and discuss the best practices. So Felicia Boche noted that a new road consultant expert, Skanda Khalil Omar, has been engaged. Oh, guys, I'm even talking about this side, but let me read. Per the previous meeting's resolutions, Skanda Khalil Omar will be providing consultancy services for the company in the contract between PBL and the government of Ghana to construct a 52-kilometer dual carriage road between Adenta municipality and Somenya. Mrs. Melissa Johnson raised a concern about the outcome of the 2024 general election in Ghana, which may affect the project, especially when there is a change in government. The risk committee was tasked to assess the risk of the project and report in the next board meeting. So, risk assessment, right? Risk assessment. Oh, they're not mentioning. Okay, so guys, we'll come back to this. This is what I want us to look at. Is it this? This is what I want us to look at before we go and look at the best practices. It's all part. Assessment of the meetings. So Melissa Johnson noted that the monthly meetings are too many. And in the company spending, and this increased the company spending on the because every sitting they have to pay board members. So this is what she suggested, that they reduce the board meetings to 6 times a year to cut down meeting allowances and other identical benefits to the board. Additionally, she raised concern about the past 3 meetings that have run over the intended time slot or allocated for half an hour. So we said we want to do 30 minutes. That is what we want to do. Why do we go beyond that? So she asked members to be more mindful and focused during the discussions and suggested that the board development chair take action to identifying solutions to this issue. The chair agreed to do that. Okay, so let's go and look at board meetings, best practices, and all that. Please give me some few. All right, so let's even start. Let's start from the top. Let's talk about the role of the MD and all that. So that, this will be a revision for those of us who are yet to look at it. So we said that usually there should be a separation between the chairmanship and the CEO position. So the MD shouldn't be the chairman of the board. Okay. Do we have anything? So a principle of good corporate governance is therefore that the two roles should be held by different individuals to avoid the risk that one individual might dominate decision making by the board. So, if you look at the case, KJ, do you have a question? Do you have another question? Your hands is still up. Okay, if you don't, can you please drop? Okay, sure, thank you. So, when you check the case, all right, we are saying that the MD shouldn't be the same as what the chairman of the board. Who is the MD? Guys, who is the MD of this company? PBO. Who is the MD? Who is the CEO of PBO?
Osman.
Good. Who is the chair, the chairman of the board?
Osman.
Good. So now, if they want you to recommend best practices, you recommend that there should be separation between the role of the chairman and the chief executive officer. Right. Why should there be a separation? Then you state this, that this will avoid the risk that one individual might dominate decision making by the board. And you have a backing, the UK Corporate Governance Code. Guys, if you are writing it like this, how is the examiner going to mark you down? They have asked you to recommend best practices for the board and their meetings. So you're going to talk about their size, the board structure and all that. You discuss that, oh, the chairman is the same as the CEO. But this is giving Botebo Osman Bachi more power, right? It is giving the guy more power. To avoid this, the UK corporate governance say that the roles of the chairman and the chief executive officer should not be held by one person. A CEO, you have a backing. You have an authority backing you. The UK corporate governance code. It is telling you that, oh, the roles of the chairman and the CEO should not be the same person. In addition, a CEO should not go on to be the chairman of the company. So maybe the CEO is different from the chair, but the chair resigned. Then you say, oh, CEO, now you can be the chair. No, the CEO should not go on to be the chair. No individual of the board should have unrestrained powers to decision making. If you do it, if you give one person chairmanship and the MD position, the person is going to have an unrestrained powers, which is against this. Let's look at what Ghana's Code of Best Practices is saying. Ideally, there should be a separation of the roles of the chairman and the MD position, especially or particularly in listed companies. Mine, ideally. So here, you're not enforcing this on them. You are suggesting best practices to them. There may be specific reason why the two roles should be combined. Guys, this can be an example, or this can be a question. Sorry, this can be a question that discuss why the chairmanship position and the MD can be one person. So there may be a specific reason why the two roles should be combined. For instance, in the case of a smaller company where the cost of separating the two is cannot be justified, so we are going to incur more separating the two, right? In the case of publicly listed companies, if the two roles are combined, the reason should be explained to shareholders, and the board should enact procedures to ensure the independence of the board as a whole. Although the court does not suggest how this should be done. So this is saying that if you can write to your shareholder explaining why the two should be one, if it is justifiable, the shareholders will agree. And in your explanation, you have to indicate procedures that are going to take in place so that the board and management, no, they are independent, so that the person will not have unfettered powers or unrestrained powers. If the two roles are separated, their respective responsibilities should be formally defined so that it is clear who is responsible for which activities and which businesses. Okay, so as I said, let's even stick to the UK corporate governance. even if they ask about Ghana's code of best practices, you can talk about this, right? So that is it for the position, the separation of the roles of the chairmanship and the CEO. We don't have any indication about the roles and the chairman. Okay, so we have the non-executive directors. Let's be mindful of their roles. So according to best practices, non-executive directors should possess skills and experiences necessary for the company. So they should be experienced. They should have the skills necessary for the activities of the company. They should provide independent viewpoints and assistance to executive directors. So they are bringing more level of independence on the board because they don't have anything to do with executive management of the company. Individuals should not accept an appointment as non-executive director if they cannot provide the company with the time and attention necessary to discharge their role. Look at this. This is code of best practices. Then you suggest that, oh, if you can see, if you go and look at the attendance, all right, there is this two guy. You don't think they are getting the company the attention that they need. If the company was a girlfriend,
Mr.
I'm sure.
Mr. Kunedu.
Yes, Abu Kunedu and Mita Bachaya. If the company was a girlfriend, they would have complained bitterly that these boyfriends are not giving them attention. Out of the whole year, look at the meeting they attended. Look, January, pe. January pe, the main meeting, the main board attendance. January pen or by. She was absent in February, March, April, May, June. Oh, then she was able to, join the other committee meetings as well. It might even be because they all happen in January. You get it? Look at this guy too. All right, the board meeting, the main board meeting, they were absent. They just attended in May and June. So you can state that, oh, these guys, if they are not giving the company the attention that they need, they should let them go. You get it? You are suggesting best practices. You are linking it to the case. And this is one of the ways that you can link it to the case. That non-executive directors should provide, or they should give time and attention to the company. Existing non-executive directors should advise the board chair and the company secretary in advance of their intention to accept an invitation to serve on the board of another company. This we didn't have anything like that here, but I mean, if they ask us, we can say it. So let's look at the Hicks guidance. That there are 4 broad roles of the non-executive directors: strategy, performance, risk, and people. The non-executive director should challenge constructively and help to develop proposals on strategy. When the executive directors are there, they might come with their biases as management. You are there as a director, right? So you have to make sure that the strategy that you guys are proposing is okay and it's not favoring anybody. They are supposed to monitor the performance of executive management in meeting their agreed targets and goals. So they are there as check and balances to the executive management, right? And you remember that these executive management can be directors. Some of these people can be directors. So they'll be there checking the directors as well. Risk. They should satisfy themselves about the integrity of the financial information provided by the company and should also satisfy themselves that the company's systems of risk management and internal controls, they are solid, they are robust, right? They are there to make sure risk is okay. Risk is the overall responsibility of the board, but Hex guidance is suggesting that these guys come on board to heighten the robustness of risk management systems of companies. Now we have people, lastly, that they should be responsible for deciding the remuneration of executive directors and other senior managers. So they decide the salary, the appointment, and the remuneration of directors and senior management. We said that they shouldn't be substantial shareholders of the company. They shouldn't have been employed by the company in an executive capacity for the preceding 3 years. They shouldn't be a member of immediate family of individual who is or has been employed in an executive capacity, is not a professional advisor or a consultant to the company. You are not a significant supplier or a customer to the company. You do not have contractual relationship with the company, which might interfere your independence. And you are free from other relationship which might interfere your relationship, right? So this is also saying that these guys should be trained formally and they should be inducted. I mean, simply, that's what you are saying. We have criticism of the non-executive directors. It might be that they do not have any knowledge about the company. It is true. We appointed him because he is famous. Just that. He just coming to sit down, look at us without any knowledge about the industry and the company and the market that we operate in. Who said they are going to get time for us? These guys are hotcakes. They are board directors elsewhere. Oh. They are directors elsewhere. They are executive directors elsewhere. I cited the last time that imagine Cephas being a chief executive officer of one company. Because of that, he's a board member of that same company, right? Let's say my company sees Cephas to be a good man. I think you have the skills. So I have employed Cephas to come and be a non-executive director of my company. The question is Cephas going to get that time for me? Because he already has a business he's running. He already has a board that he's reporting to. You get it? So they do not really have time. Also, accepting the views of executive directors, they might come and look at the executive directors. Oh, we are saying it, and okay, we agree. Non-executive, you are supposed to constructively challenge strategies, right? That's what we said according to Hicks, right? Challenge constructively strategies, proposal. But they might come and look at the executive directors. Oh, okay. Oh, let's do it. Oh, you are here. Me, I'm not here. You are with the company. So if you are saying we should do it, who am I? But that's not why they are there. They are there to make sure that good decisions are taken. Good. Let's look at board meetings. All of these are part of best practices. Board meetings. The board should meet regularly. It didn't say any number of times, say regularly. And in the case of listed companies, at least 6 times a year. Listed companies, at least. So in recommendation, you can say that, oh, even though they are not listed, they can go by what is recommended in the best practices that they meet 6 times a year. Wait, what did the lady complain about? Was it not 6 times?
No, like every month they attend meeting, so she wants them to reduce it to 6.
Okay, now you know that, oh, this lady is thinking code of best practices, right? She's thinking best practices because the practices suggest that they meet at least 6 times a year. Probably she has gone somewhere to read about board meetings. Committees of the board should meet as frequently as necessary to fulfill their functions. Here we don't have any limits. They should meet frequently as necessary. Attendance by directors, especially non-executive directors, at board meetings and meetings of committees should be a key element in their continued service on the board. So your attendance is showing how committed you are, right? So if you are not attending our meetings, then it means you are not committed, right? It means you are not committed. So as
Hello
part
there.
of yes, sir.
Yes, and with the committees of the board meeting frequently, I think that bit can also solve the problem of exceeding the time, because when the committees meet, a lot of the discussions and then a lot of the deliberations on issues would be done before they even table the final decision or the final outcome of the committee to the main board.
Oh, Thank
I
you
don't
very
know.
much.
Is all right.
Okay. So that takes us back to this. She asked members to be more mindful and focused during discussion and suggested that the board development chair take action to identify solutions to the issue. So one of the solutions can be that, oh, our meeting is regular too much. Let's delegate some of the things to the committees. So that will be one of the solutions. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Rich. Let's let's move.
Uncle,
Evans.
hello.
Yes,
Uh,
we can hear.
yeah, I want to put this one across.
Okay.
You know, a Bank of Ghana, who is the mother of all banks in the country, when we
Okay.
come to these corporate governance directives,
Okay.
the board chair and the CEO are not supposed to be one. But when you
Okay.
go to Bank of Ghana, our governor, who is more or less the CEO, is also the chair of the board. What about that?
Are you sure the governor is there? Are you sure the
Massa,
governor is the CEO? Because
let's
they
be
have departmental heads. They are supposed to be management. If you check Bank of Ghana's website, they have
mm,
departmental heads, okay, who
mm-hmm,
are seen as management of the Bank of Ghana. So
mm-hmm,
they don't see the, how do we call it?
the
They don't
governor.
see the governor as, but as I said, we are talking about best practices. They are not laws. You get it, Evans. They are
And,
not
and
laws.
mm,
They are not laws. So we can't use anything against them. We are just
uh,
saying that they are best practices. This is
mm,
what a lot of people are doing. If you do it, it is okay or it is good. All right. But it doesn't mean that if you are not doing it, it is wrong. Do you get it?
okay.
I understand you. Technically, Ernest Anderson Ernest Anderson is the CEO of Bank of Ghana, but
Yeah.
yes, I understand your point. But
And when the board meets, he is the chair.
he's the chair.
Yes.
But that is true. But as I said, you can't say anything because these are best practices.
And also they are our mothers. So thank you.
Okay, you're
Mm.
welcome. Evans. So we have board committees. That there are a lot. In our case, we have a lot of committees there. Yes, we have reasons for committees. Why we have to have a committee so that we delegate. Yes, need you want to speak, please. And please, your line is not clear. Hello, Ni. Can you please reposition yourself?
Hello. Hello, sir.
Yeah, Ni.
Yes, I was saying
Okay.
with what my brother was saying.
Okay.
What my brother, the question my brother was asking, we just also look at this.
Oh, your line is so bad, though. We
Your
can't
line
hear.
is breaking, Ni. Your line is breaking.
Okay, I'll come back.
Okay, sure. Or you can even leave a
I'll
chat.
come.
Oh, it's clear. It's better now. It's better now.
Yes, I was saying that with what my brother was saying, you just mentioned circumstances where the board chair can be the same as the CEO. So maybe that is what they are
Okay.
using.
Good. Good. So but wait, right? Okay. So there is something, or there might have been something communicated to the government of Ghana about why the company or the Bank of Ghana thinks the governor should also be the CEO, right? So as I said, even aside that, these are best practices. Oh, sorry, Stephanie. I just saw your message. Yes, we can use that, and that is why we discussed the greenest model. So reasons for having board
And
committees
on
so
that
that
board, they are all executive directors.
come again.
On the Bank of Ghana board, they are all executive directors.
Oh no, We have external directors coming in.
Ah, okay, all right. I'll send it.
Yeah. So if you check their website, they have 12 board members, one secretary, and out of the 12, it's only 3 that are executive directors, and nine of them are independent. But they might be politically related, even though they are independent. I mean, even though they are external directors, they might be politically affiliated. So yeah, it is technically the same thing. So they can use a committee to delegate time-consuming and detailed work to their board members. So, Rich, this is what we are saying, that we meet too much because we don't delegate, or we run out of time because we don't delegate. If you have anything, let's send it to a committee to discuss it, right? And when the board can also delegate aspects of its work where there is an actual or possible conflict of interest between executive directors and the interest of the company and its shareholders. However, to avoid a conflict of interest, the board committee should consist wholly of largely um, non-executive directors. Let me see something here. All right, so let's move on. Okay, I don't think we need a lot of things here. The role of the remuneration committee, remuneration packages. Okay, I think we have exhausted all the best practices. We have spoken about um we have spoken about we haven't spoken about size yet. We have spoken about function. Oh, guys, let's go and see other things. Let's go and see other things. Oops, I think it is before this. Yes, before this chapter. Okay, so this is what I want us to look at. Okay, not really here, but okay. So yes, so um, we spoke about the International Statement of Corporate Governance Principles, where we said that they provide or they suggest corporate governance principles for companies or for countries to adopt them. All right. So we looked at the OECD and the one that belonged to Commonwealth, right? We also spoke about principle-based and rule-based approaches. All right. Then objectives of OECD principles. The content. Guys, let's take note of this. Since we might be asked to talk about best practices, the examiner might ask about the content of the OECD principles. So it ensures the basis for an effective corporate governance framework. It also shows or indicates the right and equitable treatment of shareholders and key ownership functions. It also indicates or it shows institutional investors, stock markets, and other intermediaries. It spells out the role of stakeholders in corporate governance. It also gives the responsibility of the board, right? Disclosure and transparency is also here. Limitations, okay? We said that this is a minimum requirement for countries that do not have corporate governance. It means that this international statements on corporate governance is not going to be relevant to countries that already have corporate governance principles running, right? Also, we don't have anybody to enforce them. They are just there. We don't have anybody or any institution to enforce them. Okay. I'm not here to talk about governance and IT. So let's look at this. Let me see. Let me move on. I want us to look at the structure. Good, good, good. So, mind you, the question indicated that Bote Boache presented members with a draft of the bylaw paragraph that seeks to change the board dynamics in terms of size. So what is the best practice for size? Okay, we have to know that. What about function? What about duration? What about compensation? Okay, so with size, the composition of the board or of a major company consists of the following: a chairman, okay, a chairman who may be an executive director but is majorly a non-executive director, a chief executive officer or MD, all right, other executive directors, and other non-executive directors. Okay, so let's look at the compensation. The board and its committees should have appropriate balance of skills. They should be experienced. They should be independent and knowledgeable with respect to the company, the market, and the industry that they are operating. All directors should be able to allocate sufficient time to the company to discharge their responsibilities effectively. A board of directors should neither be too big, not too narrow, or too small. If it is too big, it may become slow moving because we have to take the views of all the members before we move on. If it is too small, we might not have variety of information, variety of expertise on board, right? And have difficulty in reaching decisions in which all board members can agree. If it is too small, it may collectively lack a sufficient range, as I said, of experience. The code of best practices states that the size of the board should be arrived at with the view of promoting effectiveness and ensuring representational needs. It suggests that a board of between 8 and 16 should be considered ideal. So guys, know this. Two things here. Number one, the size should be arrived at with the view of promoting effectiveness of the board. So whatever size you are picking, it should be to promote the effectiveness of the board and ensure that you are getting representation from the field that you need. And minimum 6, 8, maximum 16. Please know this. They are going to ask you best practice. Guys, hold on. Give me some minutes. All right, guys, let's continue. Okay. So, yes, so two things. Number one, so it's not only about the number required, it should be about the fact that the board size should promote effectiveness and ensure appropriate representation on the board. All right. So we know that with the appointment to the board, the nomination committee will nominate people for the um, for the shareholders, right? For the shareholders to appoint or re-elect them. All right. So let's look at what the code says. Appointments to the board are approved by the shareholders, and shareholders should be provided with biographical information of all individuals seeking appointment. So we will get their CVs, what they do, what they have done, and all that. Where are they from? The code of practices does not set a limit on the number of directorship that any individual can hold. It means that Cephas can be a director on 13 boards. Nobody cares. The question is, I mean, if you have time for all of them. But suggests that consideration should be given to the external obligations of nominees vis-a-vis the time that they can devote as a director to the company. So if Cephas is experienced enough to be on 14 boards, the question is that is Cephas getting time for all the 14 boards? Do you understand? So if he can, why not? The code also states that all directors should submit themselves for re-election at regular intervals and at least every 3 years. Okay. All right. As I said, so if you are asked to talk about best practices, I think you can also discuss the fact that directors should submit themselves for re-election at regular intervals and at least every 3 years. Okay. So one thing is that the best practices, so talking about composition of the board, okay, the finance director per best practice should also be on the board, the CEO or the finance director, right? You're speaking about independence. Okay, so let's look at board balance. All these are part of the size. So the balance between executive and non-executive directors. So it's here, at least 1/3 of the total membership of the board should consist of independent directors. So you can find the ratio of non-executive directors to the total directors to see the ratio which are non-executive directors. In any event, there should be not less than 2 independent non-executive directors. When we check the schedule, the attendance that we have even four non-executive directors. All right, so they have a good balance. Out of the four, two are independent non-executive and the other two are not independent, right? But you know that two non-executive directors are not attending board meetings, right? So technically two are left. And we also know the fact that the company should have a board secretary or a company secretary who are going to help. Right. Conduct of meeting. Conduct of meeting coming. Conduct of meeting will be under the roles and responsibility of the board chair. Guys, give me a minute. Okay, guys, sorry. You guys should pass this paper for me because I've really made a lot of sacrifices for this class. I was supposed to drop my parents somewhere. Because of this class, I had to make arrangements. Myself, I have class, but I'm not joining because I want you guys to pass. So, guys, please pass. Even if you don't want to pass, please pass for me. All right.
We'll
That
pass
was
for
just
you.
by the way. Good. That was just by the way. Let's continue. So, yes, I was looking at the conduct of meeting. Mm, Okay, this is where I want to come to. The role of the board chairman. So this guy, okay, what's his role? The board chair. Ensure that the board meets regularly and that board meetings are conducted in a proper manner. So if there is an overrun of the board, it means that the board chair should set up because it's his responsibility to make sure board meetings are conducted in a proper manner. Right. Okay. He's also supposed to ascertain the views of the board or the decisions reached by the board about the issues that the board discusses. This also relating to meetings, their conduct at the meeting. Okay. So it is this guy's responsibility to make sure that if we are ascertaining views, you are straightforward, you are brief as much as you can so that you don't talk plenty for the meeting to overrun. The board chair is also to ensure that individual directors contribute to board directions within their respective capabilities in order to secure the maximum benefit for the company. This is also related to meeting conduct, right? So, as you can see here, it is the responsibility of the board chair to make sure that meetings don't overrun the time that they have allocated. So he's also responsible for providing information to directors before the meeting. He ensures that any non-executive director who is not contributing to the board discussion and deliberations is not re-elected or is asked to resign or be removed. The board chair has a process for assessing the effectiveness of the performance of the board as a whole, its committees, and individual performance, right? So these are the roles of the board chair. Okay, good. All right. So let's move on to our case. Let's go and look at the other business. Okay. So assessing risk, right? Impact and probability. The impact and probability metrics, right? So please know your risk, know risk identification, how the risk impacts shareholders, right? Then the risk assessment itself. Okay, we said that it is called the risk profiling or the risk mapping. Okay, let me project. Okay, so this is it. This matrix. So this is the impact of the potential loss. When the event happen, what is going to happen? Is it huge? Is it small? What about the probability or the frequency? Is it high? Is it low? Right? So there can be further information about this risk assessment so that you use it to plot. The question might not even ask you, they'll just ask you to discuss the impact and probability metrics or the risk profiling metrics or the risk mapping or techniques for assessing risk. Then you tell them the impact and probability metrics. So here we have impact, low probability. You know the strategies that you are supposed to do. High impact, high probability. You take immediate action to control the risk. Low impact, low probability. You review periodically. You don't just say, as I was saying the last time, you don't say that, oh, the impact is low and there is a lesser probability that is going to happen. So I'm not going to look at it. No, you have to review it periodically because the impact can be low today but can be huge tomorrow. The probability can be low today or it can be huge or high tomorrow. So you have to review periodically. And with the low impact, low probability, consider the need for control action. Right. Yes. So Mr. Boache has also asked for the opinions on hiring the consultant for climate smart buildings that have been approved. Note, Edwin Bwedi noted that he owns an eco building consulting firm. Who is Edwin Bwedi? Let's go and check who he is. A non-executive director. All right. A non-executive director. He owns an eco-friendly consulting firm and was concerned about a conflict of interest in his board role regarding the selection. So he's saying that, oh, probably my company has applied. All right, they are part of the bidders of the job. So let me step aside, which is normal. We said that whenever there is conflict of interest, that individual, and that is why we even bring more non-executive directors on board, so that when it is time for them to step away or when it is time for us to take a decision where we might think that their independence or their objectivity might be impaired, we bring them on board. So when every member thinks that, oh, I don't have objectivity here, my independence is impaired, let me step aside. I think it's a good thing that Edwin did and asked to abstain from this election. Members agreed. The majority of members agreed on lease or buy consultants. Motion to use lease or buy consultants was seconded and it was passed. Guys, thinking about this, the examiner will not bring lease or buy consultants for free. No, they will not. Why not any other name but lease or buy consultants? Maybe these guys are coming here and they are bringing on board two options. An option for the company to lease or an option for the company to buy the climate smart buildings, right? They are consultants, lease or buy consultants. So they are coming. We might not have a question on this right now, but all I will say is that when it's leasing, you have to look at all the relevant costs attributable to the lease, right? So they might give you the present value of the leasing, which you are going to use the down payment that the company made. Usually they will make a down payment. Then they will be making monthly lease payment. And you know that you have to use present value, right? to find the monthly lease payment. Okay, and that will give you the present value of the lease. That's what we want to ascertain. Then we compare it to the cost that we are going to incur if we decide to buy it. That one, usually we don't have a lot of work to do there. I mean, when you are taking it, you are looking at the buying option. The only thing might be that the company went for a loan. So you might have to check the interest that the company will incur, right? And since the relevant cost, you can add the interest to the cost of the loan. Then you compare the two to choose one. Okay. Sometimes too, they will tell you that, oh, if you are able to buy it yourself, you have the option to resell it. Okay. That's what we call the scrap value. So they will give you the scrap value that, oh, if you are selling it, you'll be selling it at this price. When you are doing that, you know that, oh, the actual present value, the actual cost, relevant cost we are incurring is the cost that we are going to use to buy the car, less the scrap value, right? Because that will be the cost that we are going to use to compare to the leasing that we are doing. So with the lease, you look at the relevant cost attributable to the lease, the down payment, and the principal lease payment discounted to present value. Then you have the lease amount, the present value of the lease. Okay. When you talk about the present value of the buying option, if you are going to buy the car, you know the cost at the moment. So the price of the car will usually be in present terms. It will be in a present form. Do you get it? So, guys, enough of the talking. Let me stop this abstract accounting and do something for us to look at it. All right, so please, I hope you can all see my screen. So let's call this lease. Let's call this buying option. Buying. Okay. Oh, so they will tell you that when they want to lease, they will have to pay an initial amount of, let's say, 4,000 Ghana cedis. Let me even bring it here. Or 4,000 Ghana cedis, right? But after this 4,000, they have to make 500 cedis monthly repayment, okay, for the lease. So let's say, so because of this, they are going to give you the period for the lease. They'll give you the rates that you are going to use to discount. All right, these are the two things that you are going to have: the period, the rate, and the principal repayment amount. Sorry, the lease repayment. The lease repayment that you are going to do monthly. So depending on how the lease repayment is, if it is regular, if it is constant, you can use annuity to do it. So let's say we have done that. Now, we've realized that the principal or the lease monthly repayment will have a present value of, let's say, 19,000, or less 19,000, any amount is okay, and 96.46. After doing our present value, this is what we have. Okay, good. So this will be the total present value when we want to lease. This is the option. Okay, now the same thing, we want to buy it. If you are buying it right now, they are willing to sell it at a present value of, let's say, 40,000 Ghana cedis. Let's say this one takes into consideration the interest and everything, every other cost that we are going to incur. 40,000. Now, you know, when you are leasing, the item is not yours, so you can't sell it. Okay, you are leasing it, it's not yours. Obia there will lease you beton. Hey, no, you can't sell it. But when you are buying, when you buy it, you become the owner, the bona fide owner of the item. So if you want to sell it, the question can give you that, oh, if you want to sell it, there is an option for you to sell it and get about 19,500 Ghana cedis when you want to sell it. So in determining the relevant cost here, we have to less the revenue that is coming in so that we get this. Good. Now you have two values. Then you decide, you recommend that they do what? They lease or they buy. They lease or buy. They buy because when they buy, they are going to spend 20,500 Ghana cedis. But when they lease, they are going to spend 22,096. So you tell the examiner that, oh, the examiner will incur about 1,596 more when they decide to lease than they decide to buy. So they should what? They should buy. As I said, you have to identify the relevant factors to the lease and the relevant factors to buying. Okay. Guys, let's hurry up and wrap up. Okay, so we have spoken about this, independent non-executive directors and all that. Okay, now let's come here. All right, so personally, I think the examiner might ask us to write a report on this. So just like you do your ratio analysis, you know, when you do your ratio analysis, you write a report on it. So this is going to be the report that the examiner will want us to write. So maybe this will be targets and this will be actual, so that you compare the targets to the actuals, right?
Please, your screen is not
Your
showing.
screen.
Hey, sorry. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. Now we have a balance scorecard. As we all know, as you are all aware, balance scorecard takes into consideration other perspective of performance measurement, right? So we talk about learning, internal processes, and customers' perspective, in addition to the financial perspective that we already know. So I was saying that when you check here, there are two figures here, okay? But I think in our exams, this place is going to be target, this side. So the 12, the 30, the 30, 35, and this will be actual, okay? Why am I saying this is target? When you check here, liquidity ratio, in your knowledge in FR and CL, you realize that we said that the ideal liquidity ratio is what? 2 to 1, right? So this informed me that this or this can be target and this can be the actuals. So the ideal is 2.1 or 2 to 1. They are doing 5 to 1. You explain. Just like a ratio analysis, you talk about it, the percentage change, and ways that or why you think they are increasing or they are not doing, they are doing well or they are not doing well. Guys, I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. Also, in case these are targets and these are actuals, you can use things here to do your SWOT analysis, right? Because these are giving you an indication of the strength and the weaknesses of the company. So let's say liquidity ratio is 5 to 1. This is what? This is a weakness. Oh. It's a weakness having a liquidity ratio of 5 to 1. You have targeted 2 to 1. You are doing 5 to 1. You are not doing well. Okay, so that is if it is true, or that is if in the actual exams it comes as um actuals and targets. Now we don't know. I don't know if it was an error or I don't know. So let's wait for them. Okay, let's wait for them. So yes, they can, if they are doing well, you can say it's strength. If they are not doing well, you can say it is a weakness. This not available. All right. There might be questions that the examiner will ask us. These are initiatives. So if they are not doing well, what do you think they should do to improve their profitability? Okay, their non-availability here, they are not there for a reason. Who is going to feel it? You, us, we are going to feel it. So how do companies increase their net profit margin? Please know. How do companies increase their return on capital employed? Understand the ratio and know what we increase to increase the ratio. Optimize revenue and expenses. How do we cut expenses? How do we make sure that we don't have a lot of defect products, waste products in our operations? How do we increase revenue? How do we increase rental income? These are income coming to the company. So we have facilities, we have investment properties that we have rented. Okay. How do we increase the occupancy rate? We can do that by advertising, right? You can do that by giving it to even our employees. Maybe they will pay. We can just give them like 5% discount. We are going to get money. All right. Reduce capital lockup. So those are the reasons that we discussed later earlier on. Liquidity ratios. So the customer aspect, maintain high levels of customer satisfaction. All right. The survey excellence score is 32 instead of 50. They targeted 50. That is, guys, I'm saying this because I'm saying this is targets, these are actual. They targeted 50, they are doing 32. All right. If you check this side, we have the initiative there. So they are doing it. Okay. So as I said, learn all your report writing on ratio analysis. You are going to use the same thing to report on this figure. Hopefully, call abandon rate. We targeted 10%. The number of calls that we miss. This is also a quality issue. Someone calls you to report something, you don't answer. Your customer service is not answering. Okay. We targeted 10. We are doing 16. We are not doing well. So this is a weakness. That is, if this is actual, these are targets. Revenue per client, we targeted 350. We are doing better. I mean, 300 is okay. Okay. Average new customer acquisition cost. We intended to spend 5 Ghana cedis on, or $5,000 on every customer we acquire. But we turn out spending 12,000, which is not good. All right. This is cost, so we have to cut it. We targeted 5, we are doing 12. It's not good. New customers quota 115.85. Guys, if you are asked to comment or write a report on this, you might decide to take 2 or 3. 3 is okay. 3 from each of their perspective and talk about them. We have internal processes, average call handling time, scheduling and adherence, processes optimized, active project running time on budget. You might not even understand this, but just talk about the figures here, the ratios here, the percentages here. Okay. And you can say that, oh, if we train for call handlers, you think that this is going to improve, especially because the company wants to use 0.25 hours per call handler, as a training. Okay. All right. Now we have learning, employee engagement index, construction workers' acceptance of building technologies. How are our constructing workers accepting technologies that are coming up? Charlie, we have targeted 50%. We are doing 15. It's a weakness. Okay. That is, once again, if these are targets, these are actuals. So as I said, we might be asked to write a report on this. This can also be used or can also help us in our SWOT analysis. Already there are strengths and weaknesses in the paragraphs. We will look at it. But if you want more, you can come here to get more of them. Okay. We have also discussed the attendance. Any questions before we look at the MPV? Then we close. Guys, I'm sure I know that most of us have already looked at the MPV. Do you guys still think we should look at it? Because I even realized that one of you shared it on the page. I think what we shared is okay. If you don't understand anything, you can ask so that I teach it well. So before we that, someone was asking about real cost of capital and nominal cost of capital. Guys, do we understand that? Do we understand? Okay, so the solution used nominal after-tax cost of capital, and that is what I think is supposed to be used. That is what I think is supposed to be used because the values, the figures we are having are not real. Okay, because if you check, the question is asking you to inflate the figures with expected inflation. They are not real inflation. So we would have used the real cost of capital if the figures we had were real inflation. We don't have that. We are going to inflate the prices or the goods, the cost of goods, with a projected or an expected inflation amount, an inflation percentage. So what we are going to have is not a real inflation, it's a nominal inflation. That's why we use the nominal after-tax cost of capital of 24%. Okay, so as I said, I don't think I would want to solve it because of our time. So if anyone has any question, if you don't have it, can someone reshare it in the group again so that we will all have it? But as I said, the solutions are okay. All right. So the only thing that I don't agree with on the solution is not even on the NPV, it's on the accounting rate of return. It's on the accounting rate of return. Okay. So personally, I think that the profit that the person is saying as an accounting rate of return might not be the true accounting profit. I think I have this. Let me. Oh, guys, should we solve it? Do we have the time? Should we solve it? Are we tired? Come again.
Let's solve it.
Let's solve
Let's
it.
solve
Okay.
it.
That's all it.
Okay, sure. So let's solve it then. So let's go back to the Excel sheet and look at so MPV. Let me project the Excel. Okay. All right. So this is the MPV. So let's read the question briefly and look at how we are going to go about it. So, but the implementation strategy to Burkina Faso. The board of directors of PBL intends to implement the expansion to Burkina as soon as possible. The board, as soon as possible. The board has engaged a private consultant in Ouagadougou to undertake a feasibility study. The following report has been submitted by the consultant to the board. All financial data has been converted into Ghana cedis to facilitate the board's decision making. Let's look at the report. The consultant has suggested that PBL can sell at least 100 homes on a designated development site over the next 4 years. I'm coming. Let me do this and see. So 10, 15, 15, 112, 13, 2010, 614. You know what I was trying to do? So this 100 projection has been spread like this. So with the 100 homes that they can sell over the next 4 years, they are going to sell 10 semi-detached homes in the first year, 12 in the second year. The first year they are selling 10 semi-detached, 12 detached. The second year they are selling 15 semi-detached, 13 detached. The next year, 20 semi-detached, 10 detached. The last year, 6 semi-detached, 14 detached. When you sum them up, you are getting 100. So this is equivalent to the projection that was made initially. The purchase cost, mind you, it is 4 years old, 4 years. The purchase cost of the development site and other equipment is estimated at 5 million. So this is the initial cost of the project, 5 million, payable at the commencement of the first year of the construction. Guys, it's not the first year, the commencement of the first year. So let's look at this. So I'll call this year 1, before that year 0. Let me see if Excel will be okay. I think it is wise. Excel is wise. Good. Year 0, year 1, year 2, year 3. Beginning of or commencement of year 1 is the end of year 0, which is year 0. So even though I've realized that I've seen some solutions, they are trying to say that, oh, the cost was incurred in year 1. Please, no, it was payable at the commencement of the first year of construction, year 0. Commencement of year 1 is year 0. Okay. The development site and adjoining equipment are estimated to have a scrap value of 1.5 million. Please take note. So when you are reading the actual case, I mean, on the exams day, you underline them so that you know that, oh, these are the things that I'm going to need to do my MPV. At the end of the 4th year, right, PBL plans to build 2 types of homes with projected annual sales for each homes as indicated below. So we have semi-detached and detached. So I've already spoken about this. Let's move on. The homes will be constructed in the year of the sale, and each customer finances their home purchase through long-term personal loans from their respective banks. Do we need this? Not really. The financial specifics for each type of home are as follows. For us to sell one house, one semi-detached house, or one semi-detached house costs 250,000 Ghana cedis. Before we do that, we incur a variable cost of 120,000 Ghana cedis for one. For detached homes, the selling price is 300,000 Ghana cedis. The variable cost is 180,000 Ghana cedis. Let's move on. Selling prices and variable costs are in current price term. They are not inflation amount. They are in current price term with an expected or an anticipated selling price inflation of 7% per year. That's why we are using the nominal, because this inflation is nominal. It's not real. It's not the actual inflation that is going to happen on that year. In fact, we can't predict that. Real inflation is what is happening at the moment. Okay. Per year, and variable cost inflation as 10% per year. PBL has paid the consultancy fee of 470,000 Ghana cedis. I saw someone asking in the group, why didn't we consider 470,000 Ghana cedis in our computation? Because it is not a relevant cost. It is sunk. We have paid the consultant already. In fact, we have the report. The money is gone. Whether we do it or not, the money is gone. So we don't need it for this decision making that we want to do. Furthermore, fixed infrastructure costs of 1.2 million per year in current price terms are expected. These costs encompass site preparation, new roads, gardens, drainage, and utilities. The fixed infrastructure cost will not relate to any specific home, and it is expected to experience an inflation rate of 5%. So this is what we are saying. This is also a relevant cost. Why? Because we are not going to incur this site preparation, new road construction, gardens, drainage, and utilities if we decide not to go to Burkina Faso. We are going to incur it when we decide to go there. So it's a relevant cost. And this is inflated at 5% per year. It is not related to any specific home. We are not giving this 1.2 to just semi-detached homes or just detached homes. It is the first cost for both of them. Right. In terms of tax, PBL pays profit tax 1 year in arrears at annual rate of 25%. Those who did FM, I hope this term is familiar. Paying in arrears, meaning this year's tax will be paid next year. This year's tax, okay, will be paid next year. Next year's tax will be paid next 2 years and all that. To encourage investment in the real estate sector, there is a special tax arrangement, and this enables companies to reduce their tax burden through granting of capital allowance. So we will have to compute capital allowance as well. The capital allowance is not going to feature in the computation directly, but it's going to feature indirectly in the computation. If you recall, we said that the NPV uses what? Cash flows. Capital allowance is not a cash flow. So I don't want to see capital allowance in your computation. No, because it's not a cash going out, right? But we're going to use this cash capital allowance to compute what we call the tax benefit. Okay, all right. The company can claim capital allowances on the purchase cost of the development site on a reducing balance basis. Take note, reducing balance, not straight line, at the rate of 25% per year over the 4 years of construction. The company can claim a balancing allowance at the end of the 4th year as well. So, considering PBL's financial structure, the company holds a roll after tax cost of capital. So, this is the cost of capital we are going to use to discount 18% per year and a nominal cost of capital of 24%. As we have discussed, we are using the nominal because the values we are going to get are nominal values. Right. Before we even start with our NPV, okay, let's start with our workings. So workings, what are we working for? Let's look at the sales. They are not straightforward, so we have to compute them. We have to compute the sales because it's not straightforward. Right. So what information do we have on the sales? Can someone help us? The information we have on the sales. So we have 2 items. We have, so for year 1, let me bring year 1 here. So for year 1, we have semi-detached and detached. Right. Are we clear? Let me bring the years here and indicate Ghana cedi here. So million, 100,000. Okay, so let's hang three zeros at the top. So whatever amounts we are getting, we are dividing it by, or let's just do it so that we don't divide. Okay, so year one. All right. So you first of all work out your sales. So we said that going back to the sales, please, are you seeing my Excel sheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure. So we said that one for detached, for semi-detached, it costs 250,000 Ghana cedis. How many did we sell in the first year? We sold 10.
10.
So ideally, this should have been the revenue for year one. But the question said, no, hold on. Take into consideration inflation. So we are going to take into consideration inflation. Inflation for the selling price is 7% per year. Is 7% what? Per year. So we are going to inflate it by 7% every year. Okay. We are going to inflate it by 7% every year. So this by 7% per year. Guys, is it clear? Are we okay? Hey, please, nobody is minding me. Do we understand, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's find the sales for detached in the first year. So for detached show, sorry, let me save this later. So let's use the same formula. But here we are having 300,000 Ghana cedi. 300,000 Ghana cedi. How much did we sell in the first year? We sold 12. Okay, we sold 12. And you know that the inflation is not dependent on the type of house we are building. So whether detached or semi-detached, it is 7%. So this is it. 3825. Sorry, 3852. Okay. So for the first year, this is our revenue. Revenue for our first year. Okay. Let's do same for second year. Second year, same price for semi-detached, 250. How much did you sell? We sold. How many did you sell? We sold 15. Okay. Now, even though the how do we call it? The inflation rate is still at 7%. You have to increase it because this time it is not inflation for the first year, but the second year. So we have to inflate, we have to indicate
Hello.
that this inflation is for the second year. So for the third year, we're going to change this to year 3. For the fourth year, we are going to change it to year 4. Okay. All right. Guys, are clear? So if you check my formula, the 250,000 by the 15 houses that we are selling times the inflation in second year. So this is telling you inflation in second year. Okay. So for detached, we are going to have the same thing, but we sold 13 in the second year. Okay. We sold 13. And this will also be raised to the power 2. So in all, we have 8 million 758 Ghana cedis, 485. Okay, as the total revenue for the second year. Third year, same 250,000. So we just check the number that was sold. Third year, we sold 20 semi-detached. So 20, then we change our power to 3 to indicate that we are in the third year. Okay, so this one will also be the same. We will indicate that we are in the third year, and also we sold 10 items. Fourth year, it will be the same. We will indicate you are in the fourth year. In the fourth year, we sold 6 semi-detached, 6. Then detached, same thing. 4. We sold how many? 14. 14. Good. So this is it. All right, so we can send these figures to our MPV. I hope you all know how we go about our MPV. So MPV, we can indicate sales here. Then let's say that year 0, nothing happened. Year 1, this is the total. Let's drag it to year 1 to 4. So yes, so that whenever we change something there, it will change automatically here. Okay, good. Please understand that. Are we okay with the sales? Any question? Any question? Good. If there are no questions, let's move on and look at how we are going to compute the variable cost. So let's use the same scenario. We just change things. So let's call this variable cost. Okay. And so variable cost, as we can see in the question, for semi-detached is 120 per one building. And so here we are having 120,000 Ghana cedis. We sold 10. Guys, let me just bring this so that we change the values because the quantities are the same, right? So I change the value and the inflation. So the first year, 120, we sold 10. Inflation is what? Inflation for variable cost is 10%. So 120, we sold 10. Inflation is no more 7%, but 10%. Okay. So with this one, 180,000, 180,000, you sold 12. Inflation is 10%. It's the same thing. Let me delete it. Same thing. Same thing. Okay. Second year, we sold 15. Inflation is 10%. So I'll just change this to 15. Then we will raise this to the power 2. Okay. Here, we sold what? We sold 13. So we change this to 13. Then we raise to the power 2. Third year, we sold 20 here. So 20 raised to the power 3. Then with the detached, we sold 10. So 10 raised to the power 3. 10 raised to the power 3. Fourth year, semi-detached, we sold how many? 6. So raised to the power 4, we sold 6. All right. Then with the detached, we sold 14 raised to the power 4. Good. So we can bring our variable cost here and tell Excel that it should be this, but please negate it so that we know that it is a cost and not a revenue. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Any questions, please? Please, you have a question?
No questions.
Okay, sure. Let's then continue. Let's continue. Before we get our profit, okay, we have to take into consideration the first cost that occurred, okay, the first cost that happened. So first cost. So you can use the same thing, first cost. Here, we are not having semi-detached, detached, because we said that we can't allocate the first cost to any of the house. It belongs to the entity as a whole, not any of them. So we said that the first cost, since it's first, is supposed to be 1.2 million throughout. Okay, 1.2 million throughout. So 1.2 million throughout. But because of inflation, it's not going to be 1.2 million throughout. It is going to be inflated by 5% every year. Guys, is that understandable? Do we understand? Do we remember that in the question?
Yeah.
So good. So we are inflating it by 5%. So this will be multiplied by 5%. So 1.05. Okay. Good. So year 2, we'll just do power 2. Year 3, we just do power 3. Year 4, we just do power 4. Okay. Once again, let's bring first cost here. First cost. Okay. So we have negative this. This would demonstrate our first cost. Okay. Negative this. Good. Now we have our operating profit or profit for the period or profit before tax. Let's call it PBT because we have tax there. We are doing this without taking into consideration depreciation. Why? Because this is supposed to be cash flow. It's supposed to be cash flow, not accounting profit. Okay, it's supposed to be cash flow, not accounting profit. So this is it. This is the revenues that are coming in. About 8.1 million Ghana cedis. About 8.1 million Ghana cedis. That's the revenue that we are getting. Right. Please, any questions? Any questions so far? Guys, any questions?
No, sir.
No,
Okay.
sir. Following.
All right. Guys, I want to hear something before I can say, oh, all right, I can move on. So now that I've heard something, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's now go and look at the taxation. Please, I hope you have all opened our case and we are following because I can't be, going back and forth. That's why I have already projected the work paper that I'm using. With respect to the tax, this is what they told us. PBL pays profit tax 1 year in arrears at an annual rate of 25%. This is telling us that the tax is 25%. But we are not going to compute 25% of tax in the first year to be paid in the first year. No, because of the condition that the tax is paid in arrears, we have to move it here. So year one tax. So this tax, if you can check, the formula is speaking from year one, right? Tax related to year one, but we are paying it in year two because we pay tax in arrears. Because Excel is wise, if we drag, I'm sure it will give us the things. Yes, indeed. So these are the taxes we are doing. Now, even though we don't have any revenues in year five, we have a tax in year five because we pay taxes in arrears. Guys, is it clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Now you have to negate.
Let's look at another thing, which we call the tax benefits. All right, as I said, we are not going to use the capital allowance directly, okay? But we are going to use it indirectly. Hey, please don't go and use capital allowance there. I beg you. Don't use it. Don't use it. Okay. So with this, we are saying that you are entitled to certain tax benefits because of the fact that you are using capital allowance. Okay. Here, we are being rational enough. All right. Because the actual tax you pay, the tax authority will grant you capital allowance. Capital allowance is not coming here because we are doing cash flow. We are doing anything cash, everything cash. That's why capital allowance is not here. But this taxation, the taxation here, it will reduce. You are not going to pay this because before the tax authorities will ascertain this amount, they would have taken into consideration the capital allowance. All right. And that instead is a cash flow. It's a benefit that is coming to you. It means that the actual tax you pay is the difference between the tax that you are supposed to pay and your tax benefits. Please, you understandable? Do we understand? So let's look at how we can determine the tax benefits. So let me transpose this. Let me transpose this here. So we have year one, year two, year three, year four. I hope I don't get okay. Year one, year two, year three, year four. Right. So let's call this place cost. Okay. Let's call this place capital allowance. Let's call this place accumulated capital allowance. Let's call this side let's say carrying amount. And let's call this side the tax benefits. Right. So when we check, we realize that the initial cost the company incurred was how much? Guys, how much was it? Please, I'm waiting
5
for
million.
someone. Come again?
5 million.
Yes, 5 million. Thank you. 5 million. So 5 million is our initial cost. Okay. So let me. Our capital allowance for first year. What is the capital allowance? The company can claim capital allowance on the purchase cost of the development site on a reducing balance at a rate of 25%. So the capital allowance is 25% of the cost. But mind you, this is reducing balance. Okay, of the cost. Accumulated capital allowance for year one. Before year one, we hadn't accumulated anything. So we have 0. Guys, is it clear? Guys, is it understandable?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
The current amount is this plus, this minus this minus this, right? That will give us the current amount. So the current amount will be the cost minus the capital allowance minus accumulated capital allowance. So this will be the current amount as at first year. Okay. The tax benefit is the tax rate on the capital allowance. Okay. The tax benefit is the tax rate on the capital allowance. How much how much tax you are paying on the capital allowance will give you the tax benefit. So we said that, let's look at the case. We said that in the terms of PBO, in the term of tax, PBO pays profit tax 1 year in arrears at an annual rate of 25%. Okay. To encourage investment in the real estate sector, there is a special tax arrangement that enables companies to reduce their tax burden. So you know that this tax benefit is coming to reduce it through granting capital allowance. Okay. So here, this is 25% of the capital allowance. Okay, guys, we are not doing 25% because the capital allowance rate is 25%. Coincidentally, they are the same here, but that's not what we are doing. We are doing that because the tax rate is also 25%. If the tax rate was 35, we would have used 35 to compute this. Okay, so please take note. Now, let's move on. The cost, because we are doing reducing balance, the cost for year 2 is the current amount for year 1. We are not doing straight line. So we are not having the same capital allowance for the whole period. We are not doing straight line. Okay, good. I think we can repeat this as the capital allowance because it is computing 25% of this. Then our accumulated capital allowance is this, right? What we charged the previous year. So our current amounts can come, our tax benefits can come. Am I doing the right thing? I am not. I'm not doing, okay. So this formula should be this plus this, not minus. Good. Guys, do you understand? Do we understand?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So once again, I think Excel will be knowledgeable to repeat our formula, our formula, our formula, our formula. Good. Let me see. 4, 4, 4. All right. Now we have gone to negatives. Okay. Based on the formula. What is that telling us? Let me see. Guys, I hope you are doing the right thing. Oh. Am I doing the right thing? 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 So this minus this will give us this. Right. So this, which one is this one? Capital allowance 25% on reducing balance. So on the balance, yes. Then the accumulated
Yes, so they are 2, the accumulated.
Okay, coming. Okay, I think I know what we are doing wrong. Let me see. Let me see. So since we have already taken into consideration this, we don't need to bring accumulated depreciation here. I don't know if you guys understand. We'd have brought accumulated depreciation if we're saying that the cost is still 500. Then the accumulated
Yes.
depreciation will come. But if you are
Yeah.
saying that, hello,
Yeah, so that's it. If like it were a straight line method, we would have been bringing the accumulated depreciation.
so
But
Uh-huh.
since it's a reducing balance,
even with reducing balance, we can bring it. Only if we say that the cost is this throughout. Okay. And if the cost is this and the accumulated depreciation is here, so this will be computed on this. Sorry, the depreciation will rather be computed on this. Okay. So that this will be our accumulated depreciation. You understand? Since we are not doing it like that, but we are saying that we are bringing this here, then we don't need this. We don't need this as the accumulated depreciation. So you shift. Okay. Oh, I'm going to see your friend. Let's just ignore this and say that, oh, this is this. So let me save this minus this. Okay. All right. So now I can delete this. Okay, good. So now, okay. All right. Guys, is it understandable? Do you understand it now?
Yeah, it's understandable.
Okay, good. All right, good. Guys, please hold on. Let me. All right. Okay, sure. So let's continue. So this is it. So we have the cost, we have the capital allowance, we have the carrying amount. Then the tax benefits will be computed here, right? Let's go and look at let's look at the statement on the capital allowance. The company can claim capital allowance on the purchase cost of the development site on a reducing balance basis at a rate of 25% per year over the 4 years of construction. This is what I need. This statement. The company can claim a balancing allowance at the end of the 4th year. So if you recall, we said that this project has an estimated scrap value of what? 1.5 million at the end of the 4th year. Okay, at the end of the 4th year. So let me bring that one here. We have estimated that the value of the project will be 1.5 million at the end of the 4th year. But at the end of the 4th year, we are seeing a carrying amount of 1.582 million, which is more than the 1.5 million. My FM guys, I hope you are here. Now, balancing effect comes in. The balancing allowance comes in. What is balancing allowance? Balancing allowance is telling you that, or is telling us that you have the liberty to claim the difference as capital allowance. Okay, you have the liberty to claim the difference between your carrying amount and your scrap value as capital allowance. Even though this is supposed to be the capital allowance for the 4th year, we are going to have something more than this because of the balancing allowance. So it is going to be this plus this minus this. We all know that. Oh, wait, I'm not done. 25%. 25. So this minus this. Okay. All right. Then this one will start with this. And this one will for this. This one and this one will be the same. Then we'll have our last one. Oh, the formula is not working for me. Let me do it again and see. So this times this. Okay, I think it's because these are not, this is not formula. Okay, so let me make it hard coded, and I think it will pick. Okay, so this is the original capital allowance plus the capital allowance on the difference between the carrying amount and the scrap value. So as I said, capital allowance 25% on the difference between the carrying amount and the scrap value, which is 1.5. And this should give us, oh, this is equal to, rather, I need plus, plus, good. Am I on track? Let me check the formula again. Wait. Oh, okay, sure. Okay, so let me write something here for us to look at. Let me write here. So the difference between the scrap value and the carrying amounts at the end of the useful life of the asset the difference between the scrap value as well as the carrying value at the end of the year or at the end of the last year will be deemed as balancing okay, will be deemed as capital allowance. Will be deemed as capital allowance if the tax law allows for balancing
Hello.
allowance. Yes, sir.
Um, yes, Sam. The tax benefits,
Okay,
35%.
25.
Okay, I see
Wait, sorry,
35%.
sorry. Because I said 20, if you know, when I was citing an example, I said that if the tax rate is 35,
Yeah,
it means, I think I didn't change it back. Yes. So
all
the
right.
difference between the scrap value and the carrying amount and the carrying amount at the end of the useful life of the asset. So carrying amount at the end of the useful life of the asset will be deemed as capital allowance if the tax laws allows for balancing allowance. So that's what we did here. So the difference is deemed as capital allowance under the balance. I mean, because that's what the tax law said. Because the tax laws encourage us to have a balancing allowance. Now, the tax benefit follows the same pattern as the taxation. So even though the question didn't say anything about the timing of the tax benefit, it follows the same, because it is out of the tax that we are going to claim, or we are coming to claim the benefits. Okay, so it's the same thing. It follows the same sequence. All right. Now, so since this, hey, why am I not getting? Okay, so this will come as 760 62 I 62. Let me even change it to this. So I is constant. Right. Am I getting the same answer? No, I'm not.
So are we adding or subtracting?
We are going to add, but we are subtracting the tax. So the I. Okay. So this is taxation. So this is going out. But the benefits are coming. The benefit is what we are using to reduce our tax. So this is going out. This is going out. The taxes are going out. The taxes are going out. Because there are taxes that are supposed to flow out of the company. Great. Guys, any questions? Any questions up to this point? Any questions? All right, if there are none, then we can have our profits for the year, or cash flow for the year. Even before we do that, let me bring it here. Even we bring, you realize that we have the original cost, which is also a cash flow. Original cost of, but you know what? Let's determine the profit before first. Let's determine the profit. And if you recall, as part of our things we are going to sell and get a scrap value of 1,500 in which year? 1.5 million in year 4, because the question said that, let me go and reference. The question said that the development site and adjoining equipment are estimated to have a scrap value of 1.5 million at the end of the 4th year. So we're going to have 1.5 million as scrap value here. That is going to be a revenue to the company at the end of the 4th year. Yeah. Since you are doing cash flow, let's just do cash flow, original cost. So original cost, always at year 0. Always at year 0. 5 million Ghana cedis. Have you left anything out? As I said, the consultancy fee is a sunk cost. It's a sunk cost, okay? Because we have already incurred it, and we are not going to get that money back, okay? So that's why it's a sunk cost. So let me bold in this. Okay. Good. Good. Right. So these are our cash flows. Once again, you are not seeing capital allowance here because we are not doing accounting profit or tax profit. Okay. We are doing cash flows, only cash flows. All right. Now we bring the discounting factor, which we say it is going to be at 24% because we are using the nominal rate. Okay. Then we all know that year 1 has a discounting factor of 0, right? Year 2. So let's find the discount factor. So 1 minus 0.24 raised to the power 1. Okay. Raised to the power negative 1. Oh. Guys, I hope I'm right. The discounting factor formula, 1 minus the rate raised to the power this, right? So we have
1 plus.
It's plus rather.
Yeah, it's 1 divided.
Okay. Hey.
So the
Okay,
rest
okay.
of the power should be -1.
Negative, yeah.
1.
That's true. Thank you very much. Okay, so here
Yeah, that's correct.
-2, here -3, and here -4. Here -5. Okay. Then we have cash flow or present value. Okay, after we discount all of this. So this will be this multiplied by this. Okay. All right. So this is our cash flow. So our NPV, which is the net present value, is going to be, sorry, so original cost is this. So the NPV is going to be the sum of all of these. The sum of all of these. No, 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 no. I'm getting something wrong here. So this is here. Guys, you have to be following my Excel formula for me, because this formula can trick you anytime. Because garbage in, garbage out, right? Okay, so initially my formula added the top everything here, which is not supposed to be the case because you have already said this is PBT, this is summation, right? PBT. I don't know if you guys get it.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So now the formula is working correctly. Okay, good. All right, good. So let me save this. So guys, what's the decision rule for MPV? What's the decision rule for MPV? Anyone to help us? Decision rule for MPV. Okay. So you know that with MPV, we only implement projects that have positive MPVs. So we advise that Burkina Faso, they don't go there because this is a negative MPV. All right. If you are asked to do the accounting rate of return, okay, your accounting profit will be this. So with accounting profit rate of return, you know that we are not looking at the cash flows. We are looking at accounting profit, right? Average profit accounting. So here we have to bring depreciation. That's why I said that I do not entirely agree with what they did. So the depreciation, once again, will be reducing balance, right? And it is 25%. Oh, okay. So technically, it's going to be the same thing because the depreciation rate, in accounting, we are not bringing the tax benefits. So these tax benefits come to counter this for us to get the depreciation. So technically, it's the same thing. Okay, so yes, you can do it. So for accounting rate of return, we use the rate of return. I hope you guys remember the formula. The average annual profit. How do we get the average annual profit? So the profit, everything, this. Where do you even get the profit? Here, right? This profit, okay, divided by 4 will give us average. Okay, divided by 4 will give us average. So let me do it here. We are not going to go through the long round because it is technically going to give this answer. So this is the average accounting profit divided by what we invested initially. That's our original investment. Okay, since it's a rate of return, we know that we multiply it by 100. So how do we get the average accounting profit? So this is going to be the PBT that we got here divided by 4. Okay, at least that will give us an indication. So the sum of this PBT divided by 4. Okay. All right. So this is it. But even before we take into consideration this, okay, we have to make sure there is depreciation inside. Now we don't have depreciation. So we are overstating profits. Mind you, we didn't charge depreciation here because we know that we are doing cash flow. Okay. And per our accounting, we know that depreciation is what? The cost minus scrap value, right? All of these divided by the estimated useful life. Estimated useful life. Okay. So the cost of these assets, we had 5 million. Okay. Minus scrap of 1.5 million. 1.5 million. Then divided by 4 years. Okay. So this should be taken into consideration before we find our accounting profit. So this is going to be the sum of this minus this. I just hope they don't give us. I'm connecting a lot of formula.
That depreciation you calculated there is just for 1 year.
Come again.
The depreciation of 87, 800, is it 87? No, 875,000.
It's for a year.
It's just for 1 year.
Yes. Okay, that is true. So the depreciation is even going to be just this.
So we have to
right?
multiply by 4.
Or you
Very
can
good.
leave it to the difference between the scrap value and.
Yes.
Okay. So let me see if, okay, sure. All right. So this is our accounting rate of return. Looking at the factors that we have. Okay. Please, any question? Any question?
That is what we calculated is the average accounting profit. We've not divided by the original investment yet.
Guys, sorry. I'm hungry.
I understand.
So
Sorry, bro.
we have this divided by 5 million. Okay. 20%, right?
That is correct.
Good. 20% accounting rate of return. Guys, let's go back to the book and look at the decision rule for whatever we are doing. MPV, let's look at the decision rule. Accounting rate of return, let's look at the decision rule so that coming. So decision rule. Okay, so for ARR, the accounting rate of return from an investment project is the accounting profit, usually PBIT as a percentage of a capital investment. Okay, so the essential feature of that, it is based on accounting profit and accounting value of assets employed. The decision rule for capital investment appraisal using the ARR is that the capital project meets the criteria for approval if its expected ARR is higher than a minimum target ARR or minimum acceptable ARR. Alternatively, the decision rule might be to approve a project if the return on capital employed of the company as a whole will increase as a result of undertaking the project. So we don't have information on this because the question would have given us an acceptable accounting rate of return. Okay. Alternatively, this is what people do, that your accounting rate of return should be higher than the cost of capital that you are using to discount the project. Okay. So I don't know if the examiner in the unseen will give us an accounting rate of return acceptable by PBL. If they give us, then we will compare that to this one. So if it is 15% per the acceptable rate and we get 23, it means that we should do the project. But if we are going to go by the cost of capital of the company, which is currently 24%, then it means that we are not going to accept this project. Please, is it understandable? Am I making sense, please?
Yes, please.
Okay,
A lot.
good. Please, any question? Any question? Any question? All right. So, I think this will be the end. We've done really well from 9 to 2. Okay. And please, my last words, I beg us. Okay. I think that what we have done is enough. What we know is enough. Is enough to make us pass. So don't be anxious at all. What we have done so far is enough. So don't be anxious. Make sure you revise thoroughly. By God's grace, Thursday is a holiday for most of us, except the people writing, I think PSA or FM in addition to the 4 papers. If you are not and are writing only the 4 papers, use Thursday to do rigorous revision. As I said, what you have done is enough. When you go and you're feeling anxious, please find ways to calm down. All right. And please write as much as you can. Write anything that comes to mind. Don't if you can take extra sheet, okay? Because the papers are for you. Write for them. And I know that by God's grace, we are all going to come out with flying colors. I'm going to send you guys this sheet and I will say all the best to you. You've got this, even if you are writing all the 4 papers. Guys, trust me, it is possible. It is doable. You can pass these papers with ease. Okay. So please believe in yourself and it is going to be well. I am still around. I am in the group. If you have any questions, you can even put it for us to discuss it together. Okay. Thank you very much and please have a nice day. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
God bless you too.